Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Get in here and grab your coffee, your tea, whatever your morning vice might be. Kind of a little bit of a late morning start for us, but that's okay. That's okay. We're here now. So I hope everybody had a great weekend. Holiday weekend, I guess our last big summer blowout. Oh, okay. So I was just checking my messages. Yeah, everything's fine. I did a last minute chore and I sat down. I was like, oh, it's like after 10. I better get busy here. Taking my leisurely time this morning. It's all good. I wish I knew how to dance. Love this song. Hey, Danny, if you. Oh, my phone just called for some reason. If you feel a movement coming on, just move your body. If it doesn't look good, we don't care. Because here's my rule of thumb. If I'm around people and there's a good beat going in the background, well, music in the background, I look around. Who's stiff as a board and not moving? Can I trust you? Right? My body has to move when I hear the music. I don't care where I'm at. Something's tapping. Something is tapping along. So, if I can't trust you, if you hear music and you don't move, I'm like, I got my eye on you now, right? Salsa lessons. There you go. I usually keep myself muted out, or y'all would have to be exposed to my singing. I'm all about letting some sunshine hit my face. It's a gorgeous day here in Florida. It was a gorgeous weekend. I hope you guys all had good weather that accommodated whatever you were doing. I got out a little while and I was lazy for a lot of the while. So, however you played it, I hope it worked out for you. I ended up going out to the racetrack on Sunday. We did Joe's big show on Sunday, his 1-year anniversary show. That was a lot of fun. And then after that wrapped up, I headed out to the races for a while with my 2 sons. Very rare I get both of my boys at the same time, and it's just the 3 of us. So that was really nice. Oh, Danny, thank you. I'm worth the wait. Well, gosh, I hope so a little bit. I'm glad some of y'all do appreciate it. Guys, I was just noticing, I know there's some new documents that came down in the Barry Morphew case, and we're not really talking about old Barry a whole lot because he seems to think he's above everybody else in the country, that we don't talk about him, we don't look at him, we don't show him. No images of Barry, none of his daughters. Fine, I'll leave your daughters alone, but you, Barry, you're different. You are a defendant in a criminal case, so you're fair game. But yeah, he's all like, don't even look my way. You can't even stream my court hearings. I'm like, well, up yours, buddy. Right? Well, I think they're having a hearing today. So let me double check what I thought I just saw on Twitter. We'll get an update on old Barry's situation here. I'm sure a lot of you have seen, if you were on the YouTubes this weekend, I think, because we had a show on Friday. Yeah, it was after our show aired Then we realized ISP has dropped nearly 800 photos in the Brian Kohberger case. So I did kind of go over a lot of those on Friday night with Dolphin, and I didn't go with a show. I was like, you know what, I'll wait. I was going to do one yesterday, and I thought, you know what, it's the holiday. We're all doing whatever. So I just waited because regardless if we've seen them yet or not, we can unpack them here together like we've been doing as a community and have our conversations. So let me double check Barry's situation before we get on to Kohberger. Like every time I get bored with Kohberger's case and I'm ready to talk about something else comes up. Okay, let me get where I saw this at this morning. Was it Matt that posted it? Okay. He did put in for a bond reduction hearing, and I think we can get that. Yeah, I got the document right here. I just don't know if I want to read that whole thing because I really don't. I'm sure whatever Barry has to say is going to just irritate me more. I think the hearing was today at, let's see, here, this is the account that had the hearing information. I think 1:30 today, their time. Civilian clothes and passive restraints. Will bond be reduced to $500,000? What, they got him over $1 million bond, I think it is. We should find out more today. Susan died more than 5 years ago. They had him under a $3 million cash bond. So yeah, they're having a bond reduction hearing today over in the Morphew case at some point. And from what we understand, we're not allowed to stream it, record it. I guess we can talk about it. I don't get why Barry's so special. They don't like the way social media digs into these people. Like, oops, our bad. Like, not putting a case out there isn't going to stop us, right? All right, there have been no new documents come down yet in the Brian Kohberger case. Like we said the other day, the defense and the prosecution both got their responses into the judge. You know, and he wanted them to be super specific about these particular witnesses. They wanted to be redacted. Like Ann Taylor wanted all her alt-perp stuff redacted. State's like, fine, you can put that out there and show everybody what she was up to, basically. And she's like, no, that might be, a little antagonistic to the innocent people that I was going to say were the guilty ones. Well, ma'am, could you come out and make a statement on that? We would really appreciate some clarification, Miss Ann. You think he'd run if he got the chance, Forrest? It'd be risky because I think a lot of eyes would be on you at that point. I wouldn't trust him, right? I'm like, fine, Judge, if you think under the law you need to reduce old Barry's bond and let boy go for a minute, fine, we're following him. Kind of like that Donald Adelson lady who was trying to escape to, what was it, Korea? Is that where she was headed? They got her at the airport. Come on, Barry. Oh, maybe they should, Forrest, set him up, see if he'll run, see if he'll take the bait. Sometimes you got to bait them. Not entrapment. We don't do that. We bait instead, right? Yeah, he's trying to control social media and mainstream media, Butterfly. He don't even want, what's my dog doing now? He don't want nobody around. Hey, Dill Hall. It's been a hot minute, I think, since we've seen you. If I've missed you recently and you've been in, we appreciate you getting in here. Getting everybody a minute to get in here. Y'all tell me what y'all did this weekend. Did y'all cook out? Butterfly, I don't even want to hear it if you did, because there was probably some damn brisket involved. Lord, I gotta take my butt down to Texas one of these days. I'm going to Butterfly's house and her husband's gonna cook me food. She doesn't mind. I'm just gonna say that now. What did you guys do all weekend? Let's see what you guys are saying. The sense of entitlement, Butterfly, with some of these people is really annoying as hell, right? CrimeCon news, I was able to find $500 worth of reimbursements, oh man, to my HSA and livestock spending account, so I don't have to pay rent later, cancel my trip. Woo, yes, Miss Woozy. You go and enjoy that trip. Hey, Firefly. Speaking of Crime Con, I know Firefly has been to the one down in Orlando. I think it was like 2 years ago. She really had a great time. I didn't get to go with her. Um, Joe's heading down there, I think, on Thursday. We have to keep an eye on Joe down there, but he'll be okay. He'll be all right. He'll be our boots on the ground reporter, reporting back to what's going on. We went over the speakers list, guest speaker the other day. We didn't go over the entire list of activities going down, but we did go over who some of the speakers were going to be, and they've got a pretty good lineup. Some of the people, of course, I didn't have a clue who they were. A lot of them we were like, oh yeah, we know this one, we know that one. There's a few interesting ones I would go and talk to. There's Joe Schmo. Yep, he'll be flying out on Thursday. Nice. So if you guys missed it on Sunday, Joe did 2 shows on Sunday. Both were important. The first show, we all came on and celebrated 1 year of Joe Schmo. He did a follow-up show immediately behind that on the disappearance and unfortunately discovery of London Valdez. She was 16 years old. Hooker, Oklahoma is where she's from. And so Joe had her mother on there, interviewing her mother as well. So I encourage you guys to go check it out because we'll be doing a follow-up on that case. A lot of unanswered questions in London's disappearance, and the discovery of London's body led me to a whole ton of questions to where I had to get out of my bed, physically get out of the bed, go out back and call Joe. I'm like, dude. So yeah, we're unpacking that together, and I appreciate Joe shining light on stories like London's. So it'll be fun to look forward to what you do down there, Joe, and keep you out of mischief while you're down there and all the good things. Okay, we'll have to do that. All right, guys, so we'll get on with the show. I have missed you guys not being here yesterday. I didn't do anything yesterday because I went out on Sunday evening. So I just kind of leisured around the house yesterday. It was nice. So, like I said, ISP dropped nearly 800 photos. And as far as I know, they haven't made a decision yet in the hearing we watched the other day where the families are taking on Latah County, versus the unsealing of certain information. I don't think anything has been decided on that yet. Not that I saw it and seek it out either, because I know it's not going to make much of a difference to what we get anyway. And a lot of what people are asking for now, where's the photo of the sheath? There was something else somebody on Twitter made a huge deal out of, and I guess they're not realizing that some of those items are still under seal, right? Yes, there should and damn well better be photos of a sheath somewhere, but I'm pretty sure that's under seal because it went into the sealed documents. So we have to be patient and wait for them to get to that batch because they're only going to be working 45 docs at a time in batches of 45 documents was the judge's plan. And moving from what he had gotten most recently in Ada County, working backwards toward what Latah County had. So that's why we're not seeing some of that stuff yet. And that better be the only reason. And I'm not saying I need to see that sheath to call this guy guilty and I want to see the bot. No. But as part of the record, and you say it was there the entire time, so we absolutely need to know that it was there. I don't care if it's going to shut people down or not, because I don't think that would even do it. They're not my concern, right? Getting on here and looking at a gory picture of a body is not my concern. It's keeping these cases transparent as they should be. Because I'm not going to run on my feelings and say, well, it's okay to keep the ones in Idaho 4 out, but by God, you better give me all them ones in Delphi. That's wishy-washy. That's high schoolish, and it makes no sense. That absolutely proves we're running on feelings and feelings alone. And we have to set that aside sometimes in true crime. Show it to us, Firefly. It's like you sucked the life out of us for 3 years. You gotta give us something, damn it, man. We're getting quite a bit more than we've ever had before. Gotta say that. And boy, what can we learn from Brian Kohberger based on the photos we see of his apartment? I don't know that we can, but can we? There were some interesting items that Dolphin and Firefly and I noticed in the closet. And we're like, well, that's a curious item. Now let's go spend the next 2 hours finding out what that item is exactly, and then go, what the hell is he using that for? I think we spent about 4 hours on that one subject alone the other night. it was it was typical me and Butterfly, or sorry, Firefly and Dolphin. Very typical of us. I'll say this, for a criminology slash criminal justice major who liked to hike and drive around and look at moon and stars, what in the hell were you doing with some woodworking stuff, sir? What were you doing with the woodworking stuff, mister? A roll of plastic sheeting. I think so, Firefly. Because my mind went there over shower curtain. And if you know, you know. What was lining this car? Turns out, upon when we researched this, I don't know, year and a half ago, 2 years ago, you can absolutely buy clear covered seat covers for your car. You can buy them for the console of the car. I'm like, well, what in the world? Who's going to go that extra? I can't even get the car a speck of dirty kind of situation. Don't have babies if you're worried about the baby messing up the back seat. Going to drop your resale value. If that's your main concern, do you? But there's things you can purchase, like the dog. Put the dog in the back seat. People buy those cover thingies for their seats. But Firefly, going back to your question, it, like in construction, they use these huge rolls of plastic and they'll put that down on the ground and start their foundation work. I had a guy enclose one of my porches once using this sheeting, this plastic sheeting, very thick and very durable. My dad used to take one and would roll it out into the yard and make us a homemade redneck slippy slide. Okay, it was beautiful. So I wondered, how when you paint a house, you can get the painter's rolls of plastic like that and roll it out. I wonder if he had something similar to that to line the car with versus the shower curtain, or because I think the shower curtain was just thrown out, as I took a shower in there and probably had stuff everywhere. Drop cloth, that's it. Thank you, but Firefly. The word just wouldn't come to my brain. Y'all know how my brain is. Sometimes the words don't come, or I'll make up a word. Y'all have to play like you're following along. You're so nice about that. There goes Salty again, making up words. We'll just let her have that one. I love you guys. I'm on my first cup of coffee too, so I'm just gonna use that for an excuse. It's a good question. I wonder, Firefly, did he use something like that to? Because would make sense if you line the car, even if you took the big black trash bags you would use for the lawn care or whatever. Get you a couple of, they're a little thicker, usually a little more durable. You take a couple of those and lay them in the trunk. These aren't giant trunks. You could cut one in half, fold it out. You've got some liners right there. You're not throwing a bloody mess into the trunk. You're putting a backpack containing your mess, maybe, into a trunk. If you're going to go the great lengths of choosing your house and your victims and stalking and driving around and surveilling and all this, you're going to figure out, how do I get out of that house quickly with all my stuff and contain it, right? Like, I never pictured the guy walking up to the trunk and just throwing everything in there. Like, no, that's a little, give the guy a little bit of credit. We're talking about somebody who might think about that. Hell, if I could think about it, I'm sure Kohberger could. What? Witchy, I must have missed the comment right above that one. I've got to look now. Oh, I have plastic sheeting, but I promise it's for infectious disease reasons. Oh, okay. Not Girl, I got tarps. Y'all don't even want to know what all I got. What I can see hanging off my closet door within eye shot is probably get me in a lot of trouble. Bring it, Kohberger. Bring it. I got something for the Jeepers and the Creepers who ain't right in the head. Ain't that right, Morgan Wallen? Yeah, if for any reason y'all see photos of my stuff or Google searches, just know, right? There's possibility, but probably not. Well, this doesn't prove anything. It's just some sketchy phone data. All right. Wow. I think we all probably have something incriminating either on our phones or in our homes. We're like, what is that? Like that day I went to the Dollar General and thought if I should follow that old man because he had a creepy purchase. I mean, who purchases a bed pillow, a roll of duct tape, and a hammer all at the same time? What are you doing, sir, with the pillow and the duct tape and the hammer? Duct tape, the duct tape and the hammer by himself. Okay, but a pillow too? What are we doing with the pillow? Mm-mm. I wasn't sure if I should follow him or go home and lock the doors. I chose to go home and lock the doors as I wasn't in the mood to follow this guy. I didn't know where he lived. I didn't know how far away it was. Do I have snacks? A lot of things ramble through my brain in 5 minutes. It can be quite annoying at times. All right, so what we have here on screen are the photos that were dumped by the Idaho State Police. Some aren't, they're just photos. Now, this one is a picture of Firefly. Was this at the arbitrarium? Is this where the memorial was set up? Or just was, no, this was at the arbitrarium. And someone had reported, let me get this in a little bigger. So we're going to see it in a little bit, but one of the rocks here, I think it's one on the right. There's like, it appears to be blood drops on the granite rock there. Oh, I got you, Witchy. That makes sense. When my son was a preemie and come home from the hospital, my house had to be a super sterile environment. You had to wash up to your elbows for 3 minutes before you could go in that room with my baby. I can't never say it right either. Firefly. There, it's in the chat. So this was the gathering place, and there's a police report, right? Firefly. I keep wanting to butterfly, Firefly, that goes along with this particular photo. And there's going to be an up close, I think, and I think it was later determined it wasn't blood after all, and if it wasn't related to the case. But of course, these pictures are in there because they did have to go out and take a look at the area, photograph and investigate, They investigated everything except for that Elantra WSU found that one time. See the red dot right there on the granite? Or it's not a dot, it's a speck of something. There's more there, right there toward the bottom of it. There on the step as well, another spot. And there's a close-up. Again, with that kind of, the way it's landed, right, it looks like it could be blood. The spatter there. It's not like a real spatter, some drops. Okay, another photo from inside the King Road home we've all seen where the beer pong table is set up where, again, old girl from downstairs says she heard a table moving and heard cups falling, but there's quite a couple of cups fall maybe, but not the whole table and not all the cups, because obviously they're right there and the table's standing up. Again, just another of the vent area near the good vibes sign. Yeah, witchy. I don't. Yeah. Here's the thing. I search certain things and recommendations come up, but I'm not searching knives. And if I did, so what? A search alone doesn't mean anything, but you actually placed the order. And then you went back and contemplated another order. Mm. Anne gave it a good run, standing there telling the judge AI made him do it. People are having fun with AI and Brian Kohberger right now. It's a little frightening. Okay, this was in Xana's vehicle. Xana was from Arizona. Because they photographed the cars that were on site. And there's Xana's little Honda Civic. It's going to tell you about your unaliving kids, witchy. It's like, here, don't forget this part. Don't forget this one too. You might need it. Okay, the inside of her Honda. They redacted that. I'm assuming it's got personal information on it. The glove box there with the old tag, it looks like, in the glove box there, and her old phone. It's her stick for playing in case she has to whoop ass. Redacted. This item was redacted, whatever it was. The phone is Kaylee's Range Rover that was contentious for so many people for so long, like it was $1 million ride sitting there. It was a 2015 Range Rover, and it was pretty basic for a 21-year-old girl who just got a new job with a good sign-on bonus. You go, Kaylee. Sold her old car and all by herself. But here she is, OnlyFans girl, making bank buying her a new Range Rover. That's what the streets will have you believe. Big no-no. Don't leave your purses in the cars, ladies. You can't trust the Idaho creepers out there somewhere. This was an envelope that was in Maddie's car. That was Maddie's white car we just saw. And then this is redacted information. It was a check. I'm thinking that's the one that was in Maddie's car because there is an envelope in Maddie's car you can clearly see. The Chapin's Jeep that looked like it had been sitting there for a hot minute because the front's got leaves and all kinds of stuff on it the other vehicles don't have. So I had to wonder how long it had it sat there, really. A couple of days, a week? What are we talking here? Could be important. Again, with a couch inside the living room. This is inside Kohberger's apartment. Front door. You're buying a pocket knife. Would you like some rope and duct tape with that? Girl. Witchy, it's almost a full moon. I'm feeling it. Are you? I had to say it. It's coming. I thought about you the other night. No, is that weird? That I'm sitting outside in the middle of the night and I'm like, oh, look at that moon. Oh, where my friend Witchy? They might get it. All right, so entering Kohberger's apartment. Kohberger had an apartment at Steptoe Village for their graduate students. And he had a little back door, little balcony and all. He had it like a little setup going on that he didn't appreciate. Because I would have had me a little chair and table out there to have my coffee, and my thoughts wouldn't have been about unaliving people. It would have been, how do I catch the unalivers? Kohberger's like, how do I unalive and not get caught? Ooh, you creep. Lord. Okay, there was his outside table and chair. And apparently he did like coffee. We'll see it in the cabinet, but I don't know what was up with this outdoor neglect. I don't like that. I can't stand to see an outdoor space go neglected, which I got a lot of room to talk. Mine needs some sprucing up. Okay. And it faced down over other apartments. I wonder if he did ever sit out there and have coffee and just watch. Where is the apartment of what's her name? Was it across the way where he could just sit there and watch, or did she face the other way, the front, right? Who backed up to Kohberger's apartment? I would be thinking to myself now, man, that thank God that dude never sat out and had coffee. Or wait, that's that weird guy that was always out having coffee. Ugh. Ugh. I need more of it too, Witchy. There's times I go out there when that moon is full by myself just to do that. I got to cleanse and release. My crystals might need some full moon cleansing, but hey, so do I. Shine on me. Get it out. It's very grounding, very releasing if you know how to do it. If you open yourself up to it and let it be. If you go out there with an attitude, this ain't gonna work, well, it ain't gonna work. So go back inside and go to bed and can't sleep all night. Do you, boo? I, for one, am going to release it and go back in and have a good night's sleep. I'll play around. All right. There's the cabinet. A vacuum cleaner, which we're going to see later, is incredibly clean. Granted, he just moved there in July. So the carpet is super clean in this apartment and very freshly vacuumed. One of the neighbors, Dolphin, reminded me, we were talking about how clean that vacuum appeared to be, the roller brush underneath, all of it. She's like, remember that one neighbor that they interviewed and that said he was up vacuuming at all hours of the night and they would hear it and it was annoying? I'm like, yeah. So where's evidence that you used your vacuum cleaner, my guy? You took it apart and cleaned it too, huh? Meticulously. It looks that way. We can't have a fiber or a hair lying around the hood. Mm-mm. So he had a broom, a brush. He had a brush. He had a broom and a dustpan. Empty hangers. Took all of his black clothes with him. Dolphin noticed that too. She's like, look at those clothes that are hanging there. They're blue. He took his black with him. Oh, hell. This over here to the left, that's an air mattress. We don't know if daddy or father, did father sleep on that when father came into town, right? When he helped him get moved in and he was come and helped him drive across country. Yes, he vacuumed at 2 a.m. ish. When he couldn't sleep and, the conditions weren't quite right for stargazing, hell, let's just vacuum instead. Not exactly my first go-to. I'm like, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I ain't trying to vacuum. Anyway, I try to get all that stuff done before I go to bed so my brain don't go, you should have vacuumed before you went to bed. Anyway, it's a whole thing. Mm-mm. He liked Downy Fresh, the large one, economical. Here's some little wood screws here. So what is this guy doing? And these are items, guys, and now remember, when they searched the apartment, he was already back in Pennsylvania. They coordinated it so at the time of the arrest in Pennsylvania at the parents' home, they were entering his apartment to search whatever was left there. We know now WSU indeed were doing their investigation and their plan of action to correct his behavior, figuring out what we do with Kohberger. There was emails that you're going to be fired. So was he planning to go back? Was it up in the air? Like, I'm going to go back and fight this because we have heard he stated to his father, I'm going to fight this. We don't know that for sure. We don't see that nowhere. So was there a chance he was going to go back? He left some things there, but not enough to you could tell if he's coming back or not, right? Most of his clothes are gone. So what is the guy doing with wood screws? Okay, so Dolphin and Firefly and I were like, okay, well, you're just moved in. You're going to hang some photos up. You might need a little hammer and nail set. Okay, we get that. But the wood screws were interesting. And this back here, the Hyper Tough, what is this particular one? We found exactly what that is in that box. And it's like a little wood sander. So what are we sanding, Kohberger? And why do we need the wood screws? What would y'all think? This guy don't got a woodworking shed. He's not about to build you off a table. What in the world was he doing with stuff like that? In some of these particular papers, you can't see what they are. In other photos, you can see exactly what's what. There's schoolwork that was left behind. And look again, though, the OCD guy we keep hearing about. I'm OCD. I got a little messy table here to the right of me. Stacks of true crime notes and this, that I really need to go through and organize. Like I'll lay in my bed and look over at it and go, damn it, man. that will bug me. So, but it's like the last thing I got left to do. I've been doing things all week, right? Because my brain don't function well if I'm not organized and clean. It gets chaotic. But is he particular about some things and not others? We saw in that leaked photos or video of him in the prison, wiping down his Crocs. But if you notice where he lays the tissue on top of the little metal cage, it's disorganized up there. Stuff's just laying around. So I'm like, I'm still trying to gauge this guy's level of, right? Level of what? I don't know. Level of OCD-ness. And he had his little hyper tough manuals here. He saved all of his manuals to everything. Which some guys, I guess, do, but a lot of guys are bad about not reading directions or saving the instructions. They're like, I don't need that shit. You're like, baby, where did the instructions go? What instructions? And you're like, oh my goodness, you just shake your head and you walk away, ladies. Those moments happens all the time. What did y'all jinx about? I hate when the restream chat is never on time and I have to look at my phone. Smarty Joe. Is Joe being a smarty pants? We thought about that, Joe, because he had shit. Firefly just left me. Not, I was going to say drill, but there was other things in the apartment we'll look at. Oh, and his new screwdriver set and all that, which I got tools. I'm a girl, but I got a little toolbox over here. You need a hammer. You need a screwdriver. Hold up. I got you. I don't want to be caught without something I need. I'm nothing if not prepared. I live in hurricane country. We learn the hard way. You never know. I might need to smack a nail. Yeah, a nail. That's what we'll say. But, so did the guy go run out and buy tools just to install the camera? You darn right he would if he had the opportunity, right? And there's an envelope in the top of this, and that's the Pennsylvania address, because I zoomed in on that one the other night and looked at that. And he has his iron, because we can't go looking unkept. We got to press those button-down shirts, long sleeve button-down shirts. Dressed to impress. We can't look like the sloppy professor. Oh, that just reminded me of this one guy. Murder shit. I mean, that one guy. Oh, God. I need more coffee because I'm going to get busting out some insults over there to them people. But they kind of deserve it. Y'all are like, what is she talking about? Talking about two people who like to run their mouths. I don't mind saying it. Murder shit. I'll say it again. Come write me a cute little book and call it Facts. Okay, I don't care about your damn iron. He got a Swiffer wet jet. Keeps your apartment floors clean and fresh. In case you had to mop up something incriminating. I shouldn't say that because I mop a couple times a day with my little Swiffer thingy. Like, I gotta have a clean floor. I can't walk across this floor and feel like it's dirty. And I live with boys and animals. More papers. And he's got this little mask over here. You can see right through that mask, sir. You better get a different one. He's like, damn, where's my black mask? I'm sure he knew how to iron clothes, Joe. Mother Made sure her boy looked nice at all times. Y'all would, my son, oh my goodness, I don't know what, I had two girls and a son. But that boy is so picky about how he looks when he walks out of this house. Right? My grandson drives him crazy. He's like, Grandma, he's making me wear this again. I'm like, baby, your daddy just likes to look nice when y'all leave the house, okay? But yeah, his mother probably did, Joe. She probably reiterated, you know, how about how you need to keep your shirts pressed, son. So if your mom taught you how to do it at 8, let's see. My mom taught me to iron clothes when I was 8, and I've done it ever since, but not a single one of my sons knows how. Am I a failure as a dad? Well, no. But, dude, did you expect them to think their wife was going to do it their whole life? That's what I question my sons about. Honey, do you think a woman's going to do that for you the rest of your life? Some will and some won't. You better get up and learn how to do it. Just like my daughter. You think that man's going to do that for you? Baby girl, come here. Come here. But then again, he could have went to the dry cleaners a lot too, right? So there's another close up of his nails, and there's the hyper tough box again back there. I still don't know what the dude was doing with that shit. Got to have your light bulbs. What was the filters for the car? I think his masking tape, duct tape, whatever that looked like masking tape to me. Damn jugs of freshener. Um, that entertainment center kind of, I was like, wait a minute. I zoomed out and I was like, that looks an awful lot like the one my son bought when he moved in here for the living room. I'm like, it looks a lot like it. Like, I had to go in there and look. I'm like, wait a minute. Is that the same thing? Okay, so it was full of books, just random books. Some of the books were on the study guide list for his classes, right? Some were not. A lot of them were. So you can explain away a lot of what he had and why he had it. The interesting thing to me about what books they did show in those photos, the titles of the books, what the books were about. He absolutely, hand in hand with Ann Taylor, filed motions along the way pertaining to what those books talked about. And I've always known that part of criminology, part of criminal justice study, is prison research. All the information's out there about it. They study all kinds of stuff on their prison research. The background of the incarcerated, their the way they grew up, their financial situation growing up. Were they poor? Were they wealthy? Were they in between? What kind of home life did they have? The parents that were there, were they exposed to abuse in any kind of way? Physical, mental, alcohol, drugs, all the things, right? Then what do we do with them when once they're incarcerated? Do we have the proper programs in place to rehabilitate those who are due to get out? Because we have to remember, not everybody's in there for life or death penalty. They're coming out at some point. Do we want them reformed when they come out with the right tools to reach that goal while incarcerated? Or do we lock them up, look away, screw them, they got what they deserved? What's Brian Kohberger already done since being in prison? Right off the bat, he didn't waste no time, did he? Lawyer Lori, sit down, ma'am. Here comes the ultimate jailhouse lawyer. That's my prediction. I said it 2 weeks ago, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I just won't be surprised if Brian Kohberger continues to pop off with jailhouse filings complaining about the prison system. Welcome in, J Ray. Welcome in. I don't know, Joe, if he let that's been a debate since we saw the return of the search warrants that were issued when they came out 2 years ago on the docket, right? When we saw what they did collect from the apartment, we never saw these photos yet. We knew it was a sparse apartment, but there was stuff there, but we don't know yet. And I don't think he just left in a hurry because it was planned to go back home for the holidays. That was always in the works. From the minute he left, mother's like, "You're coming home for the holidays, son." "Yes, mother, you know I will." I don't think that was ever going to be a question. What was Bri up to in the meantime? Briam. The girl calls him Briam in the card. I think it's his sister. We'll get there. But we don't know that, Joe, so it's still, I'm open either way, right? It's a conversation I'm willing to have because we don't know. And trying to figure that out from what he did leave behind is a little, because the things he did leave behind were things he wouldn't have needed, right? He did take like the main clothes and toiletries, all, because that bathroom is empty. Guys, that bathroom's like, where's your shampoo? Did you take that home too? Did mother not going to have any? You're not going to take all that with you. So here's the top of his desk. There was a card here to this left side. So there's going to be two cards, and one is from mother. It appears the other one is going to be from sister, and this is the one on the right-hand side. Now, noticeably, you can tell whoever wrote the card knows Bryan Kohberger well. We don't know, Joe. We don't know. I've tried to make it make sense for 2.5 years, almost 3. Here's two things. Bryan was afraid to fly. Okay. I can't argue with that because I'm not getting on an airplane. I'm going to drive. You can't force me. It's never going to happen. Not enough Xanax in the world. I'll just say it out loud. Not enough. So I'm going to drive. It may take me a minute to get there, but God, I'm coming, right? So was the plan, trip planned that Dad got out there and flew back with him, or did Bryan panic? I don't want to fly. Dad, come with me. They're looking for this car. In the back of his mind, they're hunting this car. I got to get this car out of here. Scrap flying back. I'm going to drive. We don't know what the sole purpose behind that drive was. Would it be normal for Bryan to just drive back? How was he going to get back to Washington? Was Dad going to drive back with him if he's afraid to drive alone as well? So according to news reports, right, it was a good opportunity for Bryan Kohberger. Did we read that in one of the docs? Where it was an opportunity to have that experience, that cross-country drive with your son, whatever. How's son going to get back, right? Was he going to drive back alone? Was plan B going to go into the works? I need to get out of here with this car. We also hear rumblings now, according to the phone data expert, Bernhardt. She says there were absolutely searches on his phone after returning to Pennsylvania, inquiring about getting rid of that Elantra. So I think he left his options open. I'm either going to run, go back, hope for the best, or I need to get rid of this car and go back. I don't know yet. We're stuck right there. He didn't have to answer no questions, we're going to leave him alone. So anyway, back to this photo. I noticed right off the bat, 11/21/22. So his birthday in November of 2022. He committed the crimes in November of 2022. Weeks later, he has a birthday. Whoever wrote him this card, whichever sister, it says, both of your egos. I was like, both of your egos. Wow. You know this guy pretty well to do that, right? I got a gator here, or a crocodile, and we got the little smart man here. Looks like the little Monopoly dude. If he's got a name, I forget it. Whatever. I call him Monopoly Dude. It says, both of your egos. You are a dino and professor. Laugh my ass off. Speak softly and carry a big stick. Unless you can ride a dinosaur, then do that instead. So what we got here, so it's not a crocodile or an alligator, it's a fucking dinosaur. Oh, I see his little T-Rex arms now. Sorry, alligator. Um, so yeah, what do we got here? We got a smart professor, well groomed and clothes ironed, and then we got an aggressive, loud dinosaur at the same time. Teddy Roosevelt. Forrest, thank you. Oh my God. I think it's time to pause and go get coffee. I love Forrest. He's always got my back. Rachel and Butterfly and Forrest, my goodness. When creators say they really can't do it without their mod team, guys, they're not lying. They're not just saying that shit. We mean it. Okay, Monopoly Man riding the damn dinosaur. Oh, I said Monopoly Man riding a gator. Turns out I gave out misinformation. All right. Robin Williams and Night at the Museum. Ooh, yeah. Y'all thought alligator too. But isn't that interesting that she would write both of your egos? Guys, that's so interesting to write to me. And which sister was it? Was it the younger one, Amanda, that went to the court with mom? Because, and I'll tell you why we think that. And I say we, Butterfly or Firefly and Dolphin and I were talking about it. The envelopes show there on the outside of the envelope this one was in. There's little hearts drawn all around it. There's no return address. So then we were like, okay, did mom couple this in with her package, right? Besides a gift, I mean, a card, what else did they send? Look how she spells Brian's name. Brian. Is that a she for sure? We're pretty sure, Joe. Joe, you want to get your tail up here and talk to me? I'll be glad to answer your questions. Yes, sir. We believe it's a girl because of the tone, the handwriting style, and the hearts drawn all around the envelope, right? That's led us to believe girl. That's how we concluded that. So then she writes the name Brian, and then they redacted whatever she specifically wrote to him, which I would like to see that. We're going to notice this lens over the hood, over the light later, will be laying on top of the microwave. So when we get to that, if you're wondering what's that funky white thing on top of the microwave, they're going to be removing that light cover, you know, just to make sure he didn't stick a note up there, I did it, or hide a weapon. Yes, Joe, let me grab that really quick. If I can find it, hold on, I confused myself. Get up here. Where's my, um, goodness gracious. Hold on, Joe, I can't find my link. I want to act like my brain don't know how to use this app all of a sudden. Oh, if I click the right button, Joe, oh, it'll be cooking with Crisco, as I say. All right, let me do this really quick, guys. Joe, it's going to be in Discord on the DM. All right. And that way Joe can talk to you guys for a moment while I go grab coffee. I don't like leaving you guys in radio silence. Yeah, you see that, J. Ray? What did Dolphin say? French or I don't know. No, she called it something else. Dolphin's the smart one. Joe may know. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Are you up here? Let's see. If you're here, you're on mute. Let me take him down and bring him back.
I know I'm
Oh,
on mute.
you're here. You're
I
here.
was. There we go.
You were on mute. Let's see if I can.
Yeah, in Restream I was on mute. I wasn't. My microphone had its red light on, so I wasn't muted there. But I was in Restream. But I'm here. Good afternoon. Good morning, wherever you are.
Yes. So, how are you today? Let's-
I am very good. Thank you for asking. It was a long, busy weekend.
Yeah. So, how? Tell us a little bit about what you did on Sunday here for those who weren't available to join.
Yeah, you kind of talked about it earlier. So I had my 1 year anniversary show, and thank you so much, my OG, for coming up with me first. And then we had on the Squeegee of Justice from Trial TV Live, and then Bob Mata joined us, and Steve from Publicly Buzzed, and then Mike Watkus joined us too.
Yeah.
That was
It,
amazing.
it was a great lineup. Some good conversations were being had. So, we all appreciate you getting everybody together like that. It was really cool. And to celebrate what you've been doing the past year. I feel like we all got so enthralled in the conversation with each other. It's like we kind of lost Joe for a moment. So I kind of want to do a follow up with that because I was telling Joe guys, yes, he just had his 1 year anniversary of live streaming. I had mine a few months back, but Joe and I have a 1 year anniversary. We're like an old married couple now. It's crazy. We don't wanna be married, so we're just like, w yeah. But our streaming anniversary together, right, Joe? We've had a year of that,
Yep.
working
You were my first co-host on my first ever live stream.
yeah. Outside of when I first started, I had Kimber up a little bit with me. Butterflies come up a few times. Dolphin's been a guest. You have come on and helped me deep dive cases and all of our Delphi work. I'm proud of our stuff on Delphi, and we're gonna be working on some of that together again here soon, I hope. And the London Valdez show you did. Um, touch
Oh
on that
man,
touch on that a little.
yeah. So I actually had a few people that got a little bit out of sorts because I ended up having to change my lineup. Like I was gonna do my 1 year anniversary show for like 3.5, 4 hours, but London's mom at the last minute, like day before, agreed to come on and be interviewed, and that's why I started my channel, was to help find justice for people like London. And so I just canceled the second half of my show. I'm just like, I didn't get some invites sent out, and some people that I invited didn't get to come up. And I feel bad about that, but I kind of don't, because that interview with London's mom, Brittany, was outstanding. Like, we learned so much about the case.
Yeah. It
Ugh.
was eye-opening to like I said, I was getting ready to head out for the evening, but I listened before I left, and I listened on my way out to the racetrack. So I was, really listening, trying to learn more about London, her life, and what she was up to, and just the different things. There's a lot to unpack with that case still a lot of questions to be asked and answered if we can ever get there. So,
Yeah, and it's just, and I think that's kind of symptomatic of how my first year live streaming has gone, because
mhm.
somehow these things find me. Like when I went out around Lady Bird Lake and some guy comes up to me and he says, "I've lost my wife."
I was on the phone with Joe when that happened. I'm like, dude,
How did
that
these
did
things
not just
find
happen
me?
at Lady Bird Lake of all places. Guys, he's there investigating missing people, and Butterfly and I know he's there and whatnot. And then we have this midnight phone call, and Joe's literally out there walking the same trail where these people go missing. And he just tells me 5 minutes before that, "Hey, there's a dock I just passed. It's extremely dark, and there's a random lady out there alone." And we're like, "Oh my gosh." Then a guy approaches Joe and says, "Hey, my girlfriend or wife is missing." And I'm like, "What? Joe, get your ass into the hotel." It was insane.
Yeah, and that's not the only time that things have just like found me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I've made a lot of mistakes in the last year, and my only goal is to be better today than I was yesterday, and I hope that
Mhm.
I am.
That's what we should strive to be every time we're on here. We're not always perfect. We're not going to be. That is what it is. But just to try to be better and to be um, in touch with the community members and to know, and just and do it with integrity. That's the best you can do. It's going to be a learning curve. We're not going to be perfect at everything we attempt, and we might can say, we could have done that better. I could have presented that differently. I could have had a different tone or whatever. So we learn as we go, and I think we're always going to find these cases like there's some I talk to you about them all the time. These two girls here locally, they live with you, they live with you forever, and you always want to be able to help. So of course you can't touch every case out there, but the ones you do come into your world, getting that word out there to the communities, and we can really get a look at what happens in these cases, right? And what doesn't
Yeah,
happen in the cases is sometimes just more important than what's happened in the case.
absolutely. And that is the case in Lynn Valdez's case. I mean,
Yeah.
there are so many layers to peel back on this. And that
Yeah.
Western Oklahoma, like the system that's there, with law enforcement and with other agencies, with a prosecutor, like there are so many layers to that. And I'm going to keep diving into that because it's calling to me. So I'm going to follow where my heart is taking me.
Mhm.
But you also have to be careful.
You
You
do.
also you also have to have your sometimes you have to have your head on a swivel. And I did when I was walking along Lady Bird Lake, and that's why eventually I took your advice and went back to my hotel and stopped helping that guy try and find his lost wife because I'm like,
I
okay,
had
how
to
lost shit
Yeah.
can she be?
When the guy tells Joe this, I'm like, Joe, you just saw that lady on the dock." He's like, "Oh, shoot." And then the random homeless guy disappearing into the woods, it was just like, "Joe, get dude, I can't follow you around and make sure no one snatches you into the Ladybird Lakes, and we didn't need you as a victim in the lake, because then Butterfly and I would have had to go all boots on the ground and come find you. We would not have taken their little 'oops, he fell into the lake' explanation, trying to stay
Yeah.
warm. We would have been like, 'No, sir, we know better.' Our buddy was
Well, and
trying to stay warm and fell into your damn lake."
that translates to Oklahoma too, because I probably will be going boots on the ground in Western Oklahoma sometime in the near future to follow up on that case. And if I disappear there, then y'all better be investigating that because you
You
know
know we
what went on
will.
there.
Well, we were, we worried about that a little bit there in Delphi, not so much so as I would have at certain points in time during that case, but we'll definitely make sure we have a little team around you so we can be activated if need be. When
Yeah,
the
I don't, I don't,
when the dust bats
I
leave.
don't feel any like I don't honestly don't think Tony Liggett would ever like unalive me to cover up something that he had done. Like, oh,
Oh
that's like
God, no. I mean,
that's a more yeah, that's a more squishy case. But
I'm not
I've
worried about
heard
Liggett.
I've heard things about the undersheriff in Beaver County. I'm not going to say any names. You can do your own investigation, but I've heard things, and I am more cognizant of the danger in this investigation than I have ever been before.
Well,
So
we have to, because we can't be naive. You take a look at what's happening in Letcher County. You take a look at what has happened in Delphi when you get certain types of corruption happening, right? So you have to always be vigilant of that and know that some of the doors you knock on or cages you may rattle may bother some people. But at some point, do we care, right? If it puts us in danger or family members or whatnot, that's next level. But keeping the word out there, getting their stories out there, maybe will help change the way investigations into these young people are conducted. Maybe it'll change the way they talk with media, and I say media meaning social media and mainstream, uh, how they communicate better, right? To get, because if they know there people are watching us, well, that prompt better investigations. Instead of chalking these girls up to, oh, well, she just landed there in the ditch and we really don't know how. We don't see signs of foul play. Coroner says overdose. So, yeah, it is what it is. Well, did she walk into the ditch alone? Right? Did she park? Did she wreck? Did she do? There's just too many questions, and you can't accept those answers sometimes as
Yeah,
that's just
and
what
that
happened. Like, ignore it now. No.
that location where she was found is miles away from where she lived in a Hooker. That she was not found in Hooker, Oklahoma. She's from Hooker, but she
Mhm.
was found like in outside of a small town that's outside of
Right.
Beaver, Oklahoma. So that how did she get there? We know how she got there because the two guys were there and were interviewed by the OSBI. But were they taken into an interrogation room and or even in an interview room? What is the standard procedure when you have a deceased individual and you have the last two known individuals to be seen with her? Do you go to their houses with their moms and
Yeah.
not have any recording device operating at all and say, oh, I interviewed them at home? Or do you bring them as SOP to bring them into an interview room and interview them on camera with recording devices activated?
Yeah, if they're the last individuals to see this girl or speak with her in any capacity, absolutely need to have a recorded interview that's not lost or recorded over. We need that documented because 3 months from now that they may go back and say, you know what, well, he said this. Or if it turns to a cold case 20 years later, fresh eyes come in, you know what, look at this report, notice this, and then this is found out 10 years later. Those are important details that have to be documented and memorialized because you never know what's going to break a case, right, Joe? What information new will be divulged later that you can go back and look at these reports and these interviews and things like that. So if they didn't do any of that with those guys, that makes no sense to me.
They didn't. And this isn't the local county sheriff that didn't do it. This is Agent Beck with the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation. This is one step down from the FBI. And
Well,
he did
right.
not do it.
Well, they made a mess of the Jesse McFadden case over
Yep.
there in Oklahoma.
Yep.
When he did what he did, it was horrendous. Even down to going into that house and investigating once it was over, the way they went in there and took photos and found cell phones they didn't document, and it was a hot mess. And that's when I really began to understand the level of what was happening in Oklahoma, right? Compared to like Kentucky and Indiana and other locations. It's also that way in Oklahoma. So just be careful and stay vigilant. I know you'll do it the best you can. We want to see London get justice for sure.
Yeah.
So,
And her
well, look,
family, her
right.
surviving family.
So
Yeah.
you're taking off out what Thursday over to CrimeCon?
Oh yeah, my flight departs at like 6 a.m. from Indy, so I got to be there at like 4:30. I have TSA pre-check, so I could probably be there at 4:30 and be fine. But
So
damn,
no
that's still
driving
early.
this time. You're gonna hop on a plane this time and go.
Yes. Yeah. Well, one of the reasons that I drove out to Phoenix on for July 25th Lori Daybell sentencing was because I had so much equipment, and I'm trying out a lot of this new equipment. But I'm going to pare it down and I'm going to put it in a check bag. I'm just saying, so I don't have to drive.
Yeah, yeah. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. Um, Less to deal with later. So you'll have a good time. We're looking forward to you coming up when you can, or doing your little lives, or however you're going to play it while you're there. But just catching up on your experience.
Yeah,
That'll be
and
fun.
we're going to do like some informal lives also. So Megan is going to be there, Ms. Woozy's going to be there, Trisha
Oh
from
yeah,
Web Sleuths is going to be there. Like we're going to do some informal stuff too. Like I'm
yeah.
sure. So CrimeCon probably has it prohibited from you doing any live streams inside the actual event. Like they probably have that locked down. Like if you put up your camera and you start filming, they're going to be like, put that camera away or put your phone away. It's not a camera anymore, right? Our phones are cameras. But anyway, they probably have that locked down inside. But hopefully we can do some stuff outside and we can meet some other content creators and we can do
Yeah,
some fun stuff.
yeah. That would be fun. It's always there. Like I said, we went over the list of some of the guest speakers. So there, that was a cute little lineup. There were some people on there that would be interesting to check out for sure. But we didn't go through the whole itinerary there to see what all was, available for you guys to do. We may do that over the toward the end of the week to take a look at what all Crime Con's got going on.
Well, they
Also,
have one thing going on that's of
what's that?
particular interest to you and me.
Oh,
Jerry
yeah.
Holman
Oh,
is
yeah.
supposed to be
I was about to
receiving an
say,
award.
well,
Yes,
receiving an award.
for an investigator of the year or something
Oh
like that.
shit, no.
All right, we're on your channel, so I'm going to say, give
Oh,
me a
whoa, whoa!
fucking break.
I was about to say, hold up, buddy. I got a new rule. If your name is Joe Schmo, you are not allowed to say the cussy words. No, I'm teasing him, guys. He knows he can come here and just let it all hang out. When we talk about Delphi and Holman, we get cussy words out of Joe Schmo. So yeah, Joe's going down there for the big award
I'm going to
ceremony.
try. Yeah, I want to. I'm going to try. So my ticket is just a general ticket. So I honestly don't know what that gets me into and what it doesn't. It doesn't
What's
give
an
me.
interesting
It,
choice of words? What's it get me into? Well, we don't need you on the news that night, Joe Schmo. Mainstream media will go hard at you, and we have to come in and defend your ass.
should we start a GoFundMe for my bond
Right?
right
Let's
now?
do it now. Let's get it set up now for John's. John. I said it completely wrong. I've
Yeah.
got my mind on coffee. Joe's bail fund, because shit might get sideways at the crime con. Woozy, I'm telling you, if you see him heading anywhere near a Delphi sign, follow him. Reeling back in. Like, take it easy, Joe. Go hard, though. We want hard questions, but don't get thrown into jail. I hear it's not a nice place. Lori says they serve slop in jails. So,
Well, they probably do in Australia. I would imagine Denver County. What county is Denver in? Is it Denver
Australia,
County? I
I
don't know.
don't know. I don't live there.
I don't plan to find out, but I'm not averse to the option at some point in time.
Hey, I know somebody who went to Gatlinburg one time. Well, she went several times, but this one time, her and her sister had had a few moonshine drinks. So she goes back to the car to wait for her sister. And she said, I'm standing by the car, smoking a cigarette, minding my business. And she said, here comes the cop. And no shit, legit arrested her for jaywalking, intoxicated jaywalking. She's like, but I'm standing by the car. They literally put her in jail for like 2 hours and made her pay like $50 to get out. And she showed them, like, she called her sister, tell them I'm by your car. And she did, and they still did it. Like, what? So, look, you don't know, it don't take much, apparently, Joe, so be careful.
No, local cops.
Boss
That's
says
okay.
you're not
That's
going to
kind
get your
of
snacks.
yeah. That's becoming a thing for me though. Is like local cop corruption is way more prevalent than I think most of us that are just in the general population think that it is.
Oh, I know it is. Dude,
Like we got
I was a
Letcher
little
County,
girl
we
when
got
when Vicki Lawrence warned everybody back in the 70s. Y'all can't trust your soul to no small town Southern lawyer. We in the South have always known it. I'm just saying, we've always known it. Now the
yeah.
world's finding out. So, and it's like you said, it's not just Oklahoma, there's Indiana, there's Kentucky, and God knows there's far more than we know about. Look at what was going on in Canton, right outside the big city of Boston, you know, back in New Orleans back in the day, back Los Angeles back in the day. Corruption is everywhere. So being able, but that small town just has a different feel to it. Don't you agree, Joe, versus a
It,
big city type corruption?
right. It does because I think if you get like thrown into the LA County jail, you get thrown into the system. If you get
Yes.
thrown into the Carroll County jail,
Mm,
there are individual deputies that have an eye on you, and they're going to transfer you
to a prison
To the Fulton County Jail and then to the Westville State Prison.
where we have sketchy guards keeping an eye on you who wear sketchy patches on their uniform. Oh, no, wait, take those off. Oh, wait, okay, we'll get a tattoo instead.
A face tattoo.
Face tattoo. So you see it every time I look at you. No mistaking it. No hiding it with my shirt sleeve, neither. All right. So old Holman's going to be getting an award for being some sort of investigator, which reminds me of DB's fake Google searches that Jen
Right.
Coffentaffer ran live with because she found Rick Allen's Google searches, and one of the fake searches was, "Is Jerry Holman a real cop?" Like,
Oh my God, that was hilarious.
you believe that, FBI lady? That was a real legit question. First of all, you didn't vet where you got your information from. You didn't vet the information, but you ran live to tell the masses that you found Rick Allen's showing that phone, panicking. I'm out of breath. I found Rick Allen's Google searches, and I'm laughing, going, "Oh my God, those are so fake,
Oh, you got to show J Ray's last comment.
so
That's
fake.
awesome.
Oh my God." On that note, I gotta have a cup of coffee, and I think we need to leave that shit right there.
Yep, yep. I
Okay,
think that's a good way to end it.
I'm gonna
Yep.
let Joe laugh with y'all for a second while I go grab fresh coffee. I'll be right back. That's fucking epic.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So we're not going to laugh. I'm just going to whine about having to get up at like 3 o'clock in the morning on Thursday morning to go to the airport. But I'm the one that booked the flight. Like I'm my own travel agency. So I booked my own flights. Um, I booked this one because I had some flight credits from Southwest and I literally got a round trip flight with my flight credits for $2. So I got to do the 6 a.m. thing, so I only had to pay $2. I've also got hotel credits. Um, oh man, J Ray, we're gonna leave that. We got to leave that behind because Salty and I have. I don't think we have watched the interrogation video together yet. I think we've watched parts of it, maybe, and I know we did watch parts of the first one that wasn't Holman. That was like Mullen, and I don't remember who Mullen did the first interrogation with Rick Allen. But the second one was just Jerry Holman going full out read technique and verbally abusing Rick Allen for hours. Like,
Alrighty.
all right, we're going to leave it behind.
Look,
Yeah, we're going to leave it behind.
best performance of the read technique.
Yeah.
The most shitty performance of the read technique ever.
Well,
Oh,
I don't. So I don't think the read technique is designed to just rely on verbal and psychological abuse, and that's
yeah.
what Jerry Holman relied on mostly in that interrogation. I think there are other things that they're supposed to rely on and they're supposed to incorporate during the read technique. And I'm not a fan of the read technique, and I'm not defending it. But
Yeah.
Jerry Holman took it to a whole nother level.
Well, his training, wasn't that perfect? Would he have probably a few hours from the FBI?
Probably a 6 or 8 hour class.
Yeah.
That's
Went and got me some read technique training. Watch me go. Okay, fella. Your technique's in question now. What? Okay. Kind of like that other technique where they throw the fake inmate in with the prisoner. Perkins, pot, whatever the hell it was called. Um, Learning more every day about y'all's little. That's what they don't. We're keeping it close to the chest. Yeah, we know you want the techniques kept close to the chest. It's not the information about the investigation you're hiding from us. It's the actual techniques you used for the investigations. No, 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 nothing to see here. But we need some of them techniques because sometimes it makes the bad guy break. Damned if we do and damned if we don't.
if somebody can give me a free Ricky Bait T-shirt, even though to this day
Uh-uh.
I'm not 100% convinced of his factual innocence or his factual guilt, I may wear that T-shirt into that
Oh,
award
God.
ceremony.
Look, you sound like my boy, my 18-year-old senior in high school, and he wears that damn shirt to school that he sent me that he made on the internet. I was like, oh my God, no. Okay, so we had a little issue at the school, and two people were arrested. from different schools. These schools are 1, 2, 3 right next door to each other in this quaint little seaside town, where nothing bad ever happens, except for these weirdos at the school. Anyway, we get a principal at one getting arrested. Turns out her son, go from the other school, got arrested. But he's her son, and he's doing some naughty things on the internet that he should never, ever have been doing. So my son goes and makes a T-shirt with their images on it. Says, "Get the pedos out of the school." And I was like, dude, I don't think that's a really
Oh my
good
gosh.
idea.
That's awesome. I love that.
Yeah, that's my kid. So then he comes back, and I forget about it. A couple weeks past, school starts. The other day he tells me, "I wore my shirt to school." I was like, "You did what? Excuse me?" He's like, "Well, I took off the words. It just said 'get them out.'" So he changed it to "get them out." I said, "Well, what happened?" "Oh, well, I got asked to change my shirt," but they were laughing at it. This, the school security guard dude or whatever.
How can you ask them to change the shirt for "get them out"?
Because
Like,
it was
how is that a
I
violation?
knew you're not allowed to wear certain types of
it's
clothing to school. Anyway, I knew it was going to be a problem. So he said he took an extra shirt in his backpack to change because he knew they was going to make him change. So he took it off, but he gave it to his friend to go put on. I was like, damn it, man. This kid is
It's a
so my
conspiracy.
kid. I
It's a
know.
conspiracy now. Like,
I
we're up
told
to
the
a
local
conspiracy level.
reporter, she's got a kid out there in the system, and I told her what he did. She's like, "Oh my God." I was like, "I know, it is such my fucking kid. I swear to God." But yeah, he's like, "Get him out."
I love it.
I can only imagine what kind of shirt Joe would wear down there. They'll be like,
Well,
"Sir, that is so inappropriate. Could you please leave?" Joe's like, "It's freedom of speech, damn it."
It is. And you know what? I would be willing to bet, and it's probably divided pretty much along YouTube community lines, that it's about 50-50 Free Ricky Bay and Richard Allen is guilty. Like in
Oh
the
yeah.
community, just speaking, because we know the jury found him guilty and he's serving 130 years in prison because the jury found him guilty.
Mm-hmm.
But along community lines and public opinion lines, it's nowhere near unanimous.
Yeah, it's not, and it's not as talked about as highly like Karen Reed was, even Kohberger's case, and I think even with the because we have had a trial there and he was found guilty, people are going to just die on that hill, and that's fine. They have that right, but there's also a lot of things that we know people don't know, like the jury didn't hear a lot of this and that. Well, every case that comes along, the jury's not going to know everything that we know. So I have to accept all of that. But I think, as far as the battle lines being drawn, there's some serious battle lines in that case as well. But as far as it being torn apart, the support's just not there for the case as I think it needs to be, because I don't know, like I've said 1,000 times, I can't tell you if Rick Allen's innocent or guilty. And part of the reason I can't tell you that is because of the wishy-washy way Indiana's done this case. The fact that everything was kept. The man's been convicted, and we're just now getting an unsealed probable cause affidavit that has a page missing. That makes no sense. Now he's transferred to Oklahoma. No one knows the real reason behind it. There's rumors and speculation. We can guess 1,000 different ways. We don't know. Fact is, he was moved. Now his attorneys are trying to fight an appellate case with him in a whole other state. So there's those problems that have arisen.
Well, and you have this problem too, and this is one of my foundational issues. We are getting transcripts released now from all of this shit that should have been released months or years ago. Well, a year ago. And there was a hearing held about whether or not to unseal or seal the probable cause affidavit. So this is a foundational issue. I think this is the second hearing ever. Nick McClelland stands up there and says, we need to seal it. And I think I talked with Bob about this.
Mm-hmm.
we need to seal it because we're still investigating other suspects. Well, the third party suspects was a huge issue. And we had law enforcement getting up on the stand and saying, we believe from the day that Richard Allen was arrested that he was the only person responsible for this.
Well, I
Then
think
why on that hearing after he was arrested are you stating for the record in court that there are other suspects that you're investigating? Why? Explain that. Make it make sense.
I think in Nick's weird Nick mind, if there's anybody else involved, it's not those people y'all claim. We investigated them. Remember, we did interviews. We cleared them. We got their alibis. Okay, so if they aren't the other suspects, then who are these? Who are you investigating, sir? Eyes
Who
on
are you
somebody.
who are you still investigating that it
Right.
makes it so important that you have to seal a public record, a probable cause affidavit that usually is released pretty much
After the
immediately?
arrest. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's the thing that I kept trying to point out during the Kohberger case popping off at the same time this one did. And everybody's screaming about Kohberger's rights. So he's in a county jail. He's not being kept a watchful eye on by Odinistic guards. He's not being hauled into court in a dirty jumpsuit, chained and shackled. His rights are being taken care of. But this guy over here, and his probable cause is completely unsealed. But over here, it's not that way. Everybody's like, oh, yeah, okay, well, that guy looks like he might have done it. Like, well, y'all over here screaming Kohberger looks like he didn't do it. So how do we determine that, really? Did a body expert come on and tell y'all that? This guy's guilty, that guy's not. Based on what? So, well, there is some more to unpack with the Delphi case as usual, and we are going to be getting to that. So you just behave yourself down there in CrimeCon, though.
Okay. All right. J
Oh,
Ray, send me J Ray. Arrange to send me a T-shirt, and I'll think about wearing it to Jerry Holman's award ceremony. For real. Like you and I, we disagree on some things, but we agree about this, and it's okay to
yeah.
disagree on some things and agree on other things. I'm perfectly okay with that, but yeah. Okay. All right.
Yep. It's all welcomed. Oh, you didn't. You're fine. You didn't mean to yell. Stop capping us like that. That's so funny because that one time I was watching that one. What's her name? Wanda, whatever. She's a comedian. It was years ago, and she was talking about two politicians that got into a Twitter fight, and she was like, "Y'all, did y'all see that? They was caps locking each other, yelling." And I just thought that was the most funny thing, right? They're over there caps locking each other. They were yelling. Got into a Twitter fight. Like, shoot, somebody on a Twitter fight every day. It's so funny. Like, where's my popcorn? I'm going to lay in bed and troll Twitter and laugh at people. Okay. So this is Brian's kitchen. And these were some older apartments with some heavy.
Oh, yeah. That's like totally like 1970s, 1980s,
yeah.
maybe.
Mm-hmm. And this is, again, the Steptoe apartments. For the PhD program for the college students there at WSU. Underneath his sink, he had a little plastic garbage can and a little can of a scouring cleaner there, but nothing else underneath there.
Okay, that right there to me as a bachelor is like the best evidence that he was planning on coming back because he washed all of his dirty dishes. If I was leaving, there would be a sink full of dirty dishes there.
Oh, goodness.
I'd be like, y'all take care of those dirty dishes for me. I'm not coming
that sink
back.
full of dishes. Don't do that to me. When I take my butt to bed, if I go to bed with a clean kitchen, guess what? I better wake up to that clean kitchen. Don't do it.
Oh, I was doing dishes at 2:00 this morning. It wasn't
God.
fun, but I had to be done. Yeah.
Oh,
2:00.
goodness. 2:00, 2 a.m. dishwasher, guys. All right. So there's his old dish drainer. The apartment comes with cabinet drawers, plenty of storage. All right, look there. All right, so now we have a drawer full of screwdrivers, various sizes and styles for your different needs. Some packing tape, it looks like, some more of the masking tape, a little mini screwdriver sets, a little Ziploc bag for convenience, and we have the drill bits here. Again, was he hanging up photos in the apartment? Was he hanging up cameras in the damsel in distress apartments? For some reason, don't know why, he felt the need to write his name on a piece of paper, and it was in the drawer. It just had his name on there, Brian C. Kohberger, and the date of 7/11.
Oh, so when you move into an apartment, it's a good idea to take a bunch of pictures about the way that the apartment is when you move into it so you don't get dinged, because that's a huge thing on college campuses. Like landlords and slumlords will ding you for every little thing wrong in the apartment after you move out. So it's a good idea to take a bunch of pictures of the way the apartment is when you move into it. And it looks like he moved in on July 11th, 2022, which was about a month before his family took out a $50,000 second mortgage on their house in Pennsylvania.
Also, okay, so
So maybe some of those tools were actually already in there. Like if he's taking a
at the
picture of it, he's
no,
like, these are
this
already
is not,
here.
these aren't Brian Kohberger's pictures. This is what
Really?
this is
Right.
ISP photos taken inside the apartment. So going back to this piece of paper, there's also going to be a spiral notebook with that same piece of paper. And then Dolphin wondered, well, okay, does he have to new class, new seating assignments, whatever? Did he was there paper on the desk with their name? I'm like, but are we're in college, so I don't know if we would put our name on the desk like little elementary kids. So I don't know why he wrote his name and the date down and what was actually redacted, or why it's lying in the drawer the day the ISP comes in there to search the apartment. And he's not even at home. He's in Pennsylvania. So it was just laying in the drawer, right? When
Hmm.
they opened it. So I don't know the reasoning behind that. But these were all photos taken from the ISP photo dump that was just released. Inside the drawer.
But can we agree that that's probably his handwriting?
Oh, it's definitely his messy handwriting. It's definitely written by Kohberger. This is just an inside of the kitchen drawer with his utensils and his vegan pizza cutter. There's this pot and pan set. We have an aunt gave an interview, gosh, early on in the case, and she's from New York. And she said that when Brian Kohberger came to visit as he got older, during the high school years, he became vegan, right? So when he came to visit them, he didn't even want to eat food prepared in her dishes and her pots and pans, in case she had had meat in those pans before. She said she had to go out and buy a new set of pots and pans to cook food in for him. Now, how true that is, I cannot verify that. But so you get a guy for the first time ever going into an apartment, he's going to need a set of pots and pans, right? They look fairly new. And he's got, of course, his pizza sheets down there on the bottom, a little bacon sheet. Get away, kitty cat. And and you can tell they look fairly new and not used very often.
No, most people don't know that you can't use like metal utensils and non-stick surfaces. So you see a lot of this stuff scratched up. Like if it's used much at all by especially college age students, and granted, he's an older college age student, but a lot of times they don't know, don't use metal utensils in there, or you're going to scratch up that
Mother
non-stick
probably
surface.
taught him that if she taught him how to iron. You don't be putting metal shit in my son's
That's true. That's a good point.
board.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I'm a grown woman who taught come on now. We move in here. My son buys this new place. He decides he needs new pots and pans. So he goes and gets new pots and pans. I remember the first time I went to cook, don't use anything besides. I'm like, dude, who are you talking to? So, but I get you, Joe. They don't. And there's,
Well, I taught my sons that as well.
mhm.
And I went on a trip one time, probably like 10 years ago. I don't know. I went on a trip out to California. I had just bought a new set of non-stick pans, especially my omelet pan is my favorite because I love making omelets.
Yeah.
Don't use anything metal in there. And I explicitly told them that.
Oh, no.
Guess what? I come back from the trip and it's scratched up. I was livid.
Mhm. not the omelet pan. Mine came from
Mm.
Waffle House, like the real deal. I loved that pan. You could never mess up an omelet in that pan. Yeah, it's not cool when people mess your stuff up. But his stuff does this. There's not even like, grease on the outside, oils. It's all nice and shiny. It just, he didn't use it very often. He's the guy. That one you could tell has some water spots on it. But he probably just bought all that when he moved in. Anyway, he had a little set. Then in here, of course, he's got his stainless steel pads. Oh, and he's got his foil and his non-scratch little sponges back there. He's got some little bit of brown sugar, a couple tea bags. I knew it was coming. I knew it.
I'm gonna leave it. I'm just gonna
You freak. The inside of the oven was fairly clean. Um,
It is. That's really clean, actually, for a
mhm.
college
Well,
apartment.
do vegans eat a lot of baked goods? I have no clue what a vegan eats. Nothing made with an animal product. Is that what it is? Like, so
Yes, correct.
they
Yes.
don't eat
No egg,
eggs.
no eggs, no butter, no dairy, no nothing animal product.
Oh,
That is like an immaculate oven.
what you got against the animals, folks? Been eating them since the beginning of time. Everything in moderation, man. Everything. All
Yeah,
right.
but here's the thing that that some vegans will argue, and I don't necessarily disagree with it, that animals have changed over the last like 100 years in our society because of hormones and because of manipulation of that. Like, I know somebody that owned a CFO chicken farm. So CFO is confined feeding operations. So they have these chickens in cages.
Yeah. Versus
And
free range fed chickens.
yes, exactly. And they would manipulate the lights to increase the number of cycles of eggs they would lay
Yeah. I
by
get
like 25%.
I mean, I totally understand where they come from with it. And if you have an autoimmune disease, you double down and you get it. All right. There's a lot of things out there that will wreak havoc on my system if I consume it, if I'm not careful about what I consume and how much of it I consume. That's the key for me. Everybody with autoimmune disease is different. What bothers my system may not bother yours at all. So I totally get where he comes from. I just didn't know what all was allowed in that type of diet, right? And with you have autoimmune disease, you may explore all kinds of diets trying to figure out why my body is doing this because your body is constantly fighting itself. It always thinks there's an infection somewhere. Whatever autoimmune disease you have, your body is now attacking that because it thinks it's bad. So there's a constant battle going on, and a lot of the things you consume, like your foods, will affect it tenfold. So I get it. But so I didn't
Yeah.
think if he didn't eat eggs, Joe, I don't think he bake a lot. Ate no eggs and no butter. What are you going to bake without eggs and butter?
Oh, there are recipes out there. There are
Mm.
lots of vegan recipes out
Could
there.
substitute it with this and that, and maybe it'll taste right. Even the bottom, that drawer that always gets that little bit of something in it, is clean.
Yeah, there was nothing dripping down in that, or it was cleaned out before he left. One or
He
the
may have
other.
cleaned it meticulously before he left. But you know, we'll see. There's a whole for a guy who may have had OCD and may have cleaned this apartment, he sure left a lot of dust on the TV stand, and we'll see that clearly. So the little desk table that he had where his shit was folded up at. Okay, the all important fire extinguisher. The waters, there's going to be a receipt for all the water that we see. Now we had heard, always heard, well, we knew that in the search warrant return, there was a Walmart receipt and a Dickies tag. That's all we knew. Then we hear kill kits, kill suits. Everybody's having their speculations. Then it was over with a Dickies receipt. The Walmart receipt was show with Dickies purchase. The Dickie tag came from the Dickies work suit. No, it wasn't that at all. It was Dickies, but it wasn't a work suit. It wasn't a jumpsuit. All right, so this is inside of his cabinet. This one's pretty sparse. He's got some little snacks there and some olive oil and such. I don't know why they close up to the olive oil. Were they checking for an expiration date?
That's Bertolli is actually a good extra
Yes.
virgin olive oil, but I get mine from TJ Maxx. Go to TJ Maxx and get like
TJ
some
Maxx for
Greek,
olive oil?
yes, Greek or
Getting carried away.
Turkish or Italian EVOO is freaking awesome from TJ Maxx, and it's very affordable. That's
I
where I get
just
mine.
I usually grab that brand, whatever's the most convenient for me at the grocery store. I don't get too picky. I go to TJ Maxx for olive oil now. Seriously.
Right, and they have
Like
balsamic
multi stores
vinegar,
out
and they have spices, and they have tea. They have all kinds of things at TJ Maxx.
there. Okay, it's been a minute since I've ventured into a TJ Maxx. I'll be honest. I'm not a lady who shops a lot. Like I just don't do it. So he's got his rice and all that good stuff. I guess you can eat
His
rice.
his vegan stuff. Yeah, yes, a vegan can eat rice.
Rice is allowed.
Yeah,
No
rice
animals
is
involved. No animals were harmed
just
in the making of this
just
food.
don't cook it. Just don't cook it with chicken stock
Oh
or
God,
beef stock or pork stock.
no!
No.
Seriously, I got my chicken stock in there right now. All right, so he's got some. I guess all the spices are allowed, or these anyway. What do you put all them spices on if you can't have some meat? If you can't have any pudding if you don't eat your meat. How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? I mean, come on.
Love the Pink Floyd reference.
Yeah, I bet Kohberger feels like he's on the dark side of the moon today.
Mhm.
Are you comfortably numb, my friend? It's
He's not.
time. How's time treating you? I could go on and on with the song lyrics and titles. I love the song Time, by the way, by Pink Floyd.
Hmm.
Put your headphones on, get in that relaxed state, and meditate. That's all I'm going to say. All right. So what we got? We got some bagels. I guess ketchup's allowed.
It depends. There can be ingredients in ketchup that aren't vegan. So
Okay.
that does not look like the regular Hunt's ketchup. So
No,
maybe he buys a
yeah,
special
it's like
vegan ketchup.
100% real, natural, or there's another shot of it somewhere. But he's got his corn chips up there because I guess dip and chips is allowed. Got a couple of canned things there, tomatoes, whatnot. 100% natural ketchup, Joe.
Oh, it is Hunt's. Oh gosh,
Yeah.
I said it didn't look like Hunt's, but
So
I have never bought 100% natural ketchup.
can you be mostly vegan, partially vegan?
No, if you're vegan, you're vegan. You can be vegetarian, which is not necessarily vegan. Like you're allowed,
Right,
I think, like some eggs and dairy products if you're vegetarian versus
right.
vegan. There's a dividing line.
Okay. Well, he's got his grated parm.
Go veg.
I love cheese, but that I cannot do parm. I don't know why. It smells funky to me. I don't like the taste. It's weird. It's weird. I'm probably weird because I'm probably like one of the only people who don't like parm, but I don't.
And artificial cheese to me
Ew.
is just nasty. I
No, no,
can't
no,
do artificial
no,
cheese.
no, no.
No.
I got to have some real, and I like my cheese to have something. I like my pepper jack cheese too. And my Gouda, my smoked Gouda is the bomb. Okay, random ice tray on top of the fridge. Let's get through some of these that don't make any damn sense. Okay, empty cupboard, refrigerator.
That's an old refrigerator. That's at least like 15 years old.
So inside the freezer, though, he's got his frozen pizzas. He's got one of his ice trays in there, and he's got tater tots. He's got 2 bags, so he likes his tater tots. Brian Kohberger likes these kind of pizzas and these tater tots.
Whew. If he's a true vegan, he has to be careful about which tater tots he buys.
I
Those
thought
are
the
great.
same thing.
Those are great value. They may not be vegan.
They
Just
not
saying,
been
there may.
in
Yeah.
Walmart. Be them mushed up taters off the floor they made some tater tots out of. I'm not knocking the great value tater tots. I'm not going to say I haven't eaten them. All right. So we have, but I like Oritas. Actually, I like the Sonic tater tots that you buy in the little frozen bag. I like them.
Mhm.
Okay. I like a good pizza, but I don't know about the cauliflower pizza. All right, we got the almond milk. I use almond milk because do have I don't have dairy issues, but I have autoimmune. I don't like milk. It's disgusting to me. But I like cold coffee, and I use real cold coffee that I make in
Well,
the pot. And
he's
then
got
I add
two
my almond.
gallons. He's
Oh,
got
yeah,
two
he do.
gallons of it in there.
Well,
That is a
some people are huge milk drinkers, Joe. My mom would go through a gallon like no one's business. I don't drink milk like that. It will go bad in my refrigerator. But
Me
I do
too.
buy the almond milk for my coffee, cold coffee, but I use a splash, right? I could not have He's got 3 in there.
Does he have three? That is a lot for a single
Isn't there one
bachelor.
sitting behind
That
the
is a
other
lot.
one?
It kind of looks like it. Yeah.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. So he's downing the almond milk.
Wow.
Almond
Does
milk,
he
his hummus,
does he chug that before he goes out hiking and stargazing, or when he
probably.
gets back?
He might carry the whole jug in the car like him a shotgun baby. I might need a jolt of adrenaline here in a minute and get me some damn almond milk.
Like the Napoleon
Tofu.
Dynamite scene with the Gatorade, he's just like glug 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 glug
Yeah,
glug glug glug.
exactly. That's his go juice, man. Yeah, there is 3 in there. He's got his collagen broth.
I think the one in the back is not almond milk. The
Maybe not.
backrest. Yeah, I think that's something else. It's a
What kind did
different
he
color.
prefer? Did he prefer original or vanilla? What are we doing? I don't like the vanilla. Get out of here. I
I
don't
don't
want
either. No.
that. Okay. I accidentally bought that vanilla. I'm like, why does my coffee taste like vanilla? I didn't add that shit. And then I looked. I was like, oh well, my bad. Had to get the almond milk a second chance and go with the original.
Oh,
Okay,
so he cleaned out. Hold on. Scroll back
go
up
back
to the
up.
bottom drawers. The bottom drawers in the
Yeah.
fridge. So he cleaned out the bottom drawer in the oven, but the bottom drawers in his fridge did not get cleaned out.
Well, I don't know if he used the. Well,
There's
yeah,
there's onion
the
skins
onion
down
paper,
there that
onion skins are all
yeah.
down there, and the
Yeah.
other drawer has something in the bag. Don't know if that's onions or potatoes or tomatoes even. I don't know what he's got stashed in that bag. But yeah, I noticed that he left the onion peels there in that drawer.
Yeah. Why would you clean out the bottom drawer of the oven and not the bottom drawer of the refrigerator?
And the oven drawer may not have had a lot in it to begin with, though, right? If he didn't cook a lot, but he
Yeah, it
apparently liked
depends. Right.
onions. He apparently cooked something with some onions. And we'll get a
Wait, what
better
is
look at
that
these
book?
books. We'll get a better look at these books in a moment. They're going to be on the floor, but one of them
Oh,
there, it's
mass incarceration and trial. Holy
yeah,
crap.
mass incarceration on trial, a jury
Ooh.
by
The trial.
trial. Now, keep in mind, we have a student here, a PhD
Right.
criminology, criminal
Right.
justice student. So a lot of this was on the material reading list that he had to purchase, but some of it wasn't. But then your mind has to go back to still how much of this lent a hand to what he was doing. And that's when I said at the beginning of the show, a lot of the filings looking back now absolutely go hand in hand with some of what these books talk about.
Yeah. All right. You got to show J Ray's comment.
Oh no, what's J Ray saying now?
A human head.
Oh my God, J Ray still in the bag. Oh my God. Okay. You may be onto something. Okay.
All
All right.
right.
So this. Oh, whoops.
Yeah, that's going to be one of his books for one of his classes.
Yeah, and here you got your textbook, Amazon textbook now, Amazon receipt, right, from the book purchase. And I know it says on here. If I
And you know what a lot of these professors do
this
is they
was
will
go ahead.
write a book, and
Mhm.
then they will use their own book as the textbook for their own class. So
He
all
did
of the
that here.
students have to buy it.
He did that here. One of the professors had written a book on Bundy, of all people, and yeah, they had to write a paper on that. So this is I forgot what that first word is, of the ivory tower, but we'll see that whole book here in a second. But that was the receipt for that book purchase that he had to get. Oh,
Unsafe in the
unsafe,
Ivory Tower. Yeah.
unsafe in the ivory tower, and that was the receipt for the book. And it's the sexual victimization of college women. Go figure. And here we have the books laid out again. There's that one receipt. This one is called Charge. This one is Why the Innocent Plead Guilty and the Guilty Go Free. Interesting. Mass incarceration on trial, a jury by trial, criminal procedure, law and practice. Rise of the warrior cop. Crazy. Let the Lord sort them. The rise and fall of the death penalty. Quite interesting reads. And then more of what was in the bookcase of the book. And this particular book still had the packaging around it. It hadn't even been opened yet.
So had he already bought his books for the second semester? That's
That I
that's
don't
my
know
question.
yet. We were getting
I
ready
would
to go into the
I would
second.
have to guess so, because if he left in December and there's a book still in the packaging, it's a book for next semester. It's not a
Yeah.
book for last semester.
And this one, you can't see it as well when I blow this one up. So interestingly, as we were reading through or looking through the photos, we're going to see a lot of the Kohberger's work, right? That they took photos of, and you can see where the whoever was grading his papers would make notations about the paper, and it appears from the handwriting that it's a girl. So we have a female critiquing his work. Some of the things that they wrote were interesting, and I had to wonder. Dov and I had that conversation. What's he thinking as he's reading this critique, knowing his personality, right? What was going through his mind? Was he getting mad about what they said? How much of that? Because he didn't care for being challenged to begin with, and especially by a woman. Let me zoom back out on this one because I forgot what it even shows. Was this one just blank? Yeah. Okay, so this one was research topics, and here say they make a notation out to the side. It says, so he writes, and they underline, he writes, the topic will be probed by way of in-person, semi-structured interviews in a correctional setting. And then she wrote to the side, feel like I have a lot to say about what you should consider, but those could be addressed in your proposal. And then here he writes, local police officers are undertained, needs to be indicated. And then she, circles that, and then she notes the assumption or fact, question mark. Both topics are good. So they're critiquing him throughout the process. And a couple of times what they write gives you a little bit of insight into his personality. And do you think, Joe, he's looking at this thinking, how dare you critique me, or I'm right and you're wrong? Or is he
Well,
thinking,
that's what a narcissist would do.
exactly. Or
They would.
is he going at this constructively, like, okay, maybe I could improve here? That's what you
Well,
would.
if he's in a PhD program, he knows how the back and forth goes with a professor's critique. He knows it,
Right.
so he shouldn't. He knows consciously that he shouldn't take umbrance with it, but he might still if he's an incurable narcissist.
Right. Exactly. And there's a more clear image of it. So assumption or fact, both topics are good. Find the first topic more interesting, but it's clearly more long-term. The second option might be good to a lineal or to align your CV if you have in easy access. So, and then here again, he's got there's a case called State versus Stewart. And I don't know if they're critiquing the case, if it was a current case. Sometimes they look at current cases. But anyway, they were giving a review of this case. And of course, they were outlining things he had noted and giving their critique about that as well.
And to be honest, that's not an overly
Mm-mm.
burdensome critique. Like there's a couple of comments per page, or one comment per paragraph is actually really low. Like
Yeah,
seriously, that's not burdensome.
not at all. And it would be like normal critiquing of a paper. And I'm sure I would love to see some of the ones he was doing that to. Because we heard he was a little hard on the grading and he was harder on the women. And that's what some of the complaints were in the allegations against Brian as a assistant. So I would like to see the critiques he was giving out as well. This one was particularly interesting because of the language, and I went and looked this up, this term. Um, Make sure to adjust your aim, question based on gap, which also need to emerge uh, from
From
rev dot of burglary. Okay, this one here, then she highlights careful with flowery language. So if you
and
Google,
constant use
go
of
ahead.
positive voice. Constant use of positive voice. That says a lot about his writing style.
Okay, so exactly. With that said, with the flowery language and constant use of passive voice makes it
Oh,
harder.
passive, not
Yes,
positive. Okay, okay, okay.
yes. It says careful with flowery language and constant use of passive voice, harder to read and interpret. So then, if you go and you look up the term flowery language, also known as purple prose, is a style of writing or speaking that uses overly elaborate, ornate, and complicated words and long sentences to describe things, often at the expense of clarity. So she's warning him about his flowery language and his constant use of his passive voice.
Wow, that is not a phrase that I would have associated with him at any point in time. Flowery language.
Well,
Passive voice,
it
yes, but
makes
flowery
sense.
language?
Yes, because Kohberger is constantly was using the big words, using terms that, and everybody who's ever spoke to him and come out and did any kind of interview referenced how he would do that. To me, that's how he was the smartest guy in the room. He knows more than you. His vocabulary's better than yours, stronger than yours. I got words you don't got. You know what I mean? So it's the language, the flowery language, like I just read in the description of what that means as far as the writing style. I could absolutely see him doing that, uh, aggressively doing it and overly doing it. Do you know what I mean? And then losing, like it says here, you complicated words and long sentences to describe things, often at the expense of clarity, right? So he would get too overly with the words to describe it, but would lose the clarity of the situation because of all of these words. I don't know, but he's always doing that, it seemed like. But it shows you a little bit into that personality, right?
Yeah, it does.
With the
Yeah.
language and the passive voice. Now this is
How
a
does that match up with his that stuff he had on Reddit, or what were the things he wrote when he was a
oh
teenager?
goodness. The stuff on Reddit was mostly about the visual snow, the feelings of emptiness when I look into the mirror, not having a feeling when I see my family, and not having a feeling when I see my family. Well, like things like that. Very dark side of Kohberger was on Reddit. And on paper in school, a very bright individual was there. Two sides to this guy.
At
And that's what
least.
makes his study more dangerous. Not only was Kohberger figuring out how to better the impulses and the thoughts he already wanted to follow through on, and at the same time, he's studying and figuring out what the hell happened to me.
No, Firefly's comment is really relevant because it goes to the state of our education system today a little bit, but it also goes to So how he got a PhD level education with that kind of writing? Well, he was working on his PhD. I don't think he had got his
Not
PhD
yet.
yet, right?
No, he had just
But
started.
he did have a master's, and so
Yes.
it's the same question: master's or PhD? How did he get it? Um, at some point in time, if you're in the PhD program, you have to wonder if there's some kind of bias where whoever's reviewing your work says, hey, this guy is a PhD student, so I'm not going to evaluate this the same as I would a freshman, sophomore, junior, in one of my classes. Like, I'm not going to be as critical of his work because he's already a PhD student. But there are also college programs that basically are assembly line degree programs. That, like, you get in that program, you're going to get a degree if you just go through the motions.
I can agree with that. I also think a lot of academia and PhD grads, a lot of them are going to use a lot of big words, right? I think flowery language is part of who he was. I think it was always there. I would be interested to see some of his works and critiques of that work from DeSales and even Northampton. We know there was problems in the high school and got kicked out of the program and whatnot, but I would like to see some of the work from DeSales to see if there was the same type of thing. Because can you not let someone in to a program because they use their big words too often? Or, get them better at writing than we got them, because right now on paper, the guy still looks good. He wouldn't have got the program if he didn't look good on paper. And when we go back to the DeSales, that stuff was also during the pandemic. Not a lot of people at DeSales had a lot of interactions with Kohberger. People are like, how'd they miss it? How'd they not see it? How did Catherine Ramsland miss it? She didn't have a lot of personal interaction with Brian Kohberger. So if you can't see somebody face to face every day in your classroom, can you really get a full assessment on a person? I can after a while, but if I meet you in person, boy, it's a whole different process, right? So I don't know. Was it just a matter of, oh God, here we go again with another bright one who doesn't know how to control his big use of big words? I don't know. Were there any real red flags? Would Ramsland have noticed the red flags that she teaches about if she had had personal interaction with the guy? Would she have, right? I know what if I was her and I did have a lot of personal time with him and he was in my class, I'd be asking myself today, what the hell? You didn't even listen to your own philosophies with this one. Time to re-examine yourself, ma'am. So they're going on there with more of his and we'll get a closer look at some more of these in a few minutes as we get through this. Now this one, I gotta turn it around. Some of these are duplicates of other things. So this is the same one with the flowery language. And remember, all this was work that he had been doing for the classroom. Furthermore, 9 to 10% of innocent project exonerees plead guilty to crimes they did not commit. There are two main ways which these unsettling statistics and estimates reflect the shortcomings of the American justice system, according to Radcliffe. Citizens' decreased access to courts, as well as issues in forensic science. He explored all those issues. Okay, more of the document that they found in the apartment. But so none of this, says you committed a crime, right? And if you're a legit student of criminology, you're going to have this stuff in your apartment. You're going to have these assignments. Very good discussion of the issues to Rockoff's suggested clues. This is another case they were evaluating that critiqued. There's also going to be a photo in here where there was a medication Brian Kohberger was on, but we can't tell what medication it was. and he had a lot of parking tickets from DeSales already in the short time that he had been there.
Okay, so contrast those two things. We're seeing some very intelligent writings, and we're seeing some critiques from his instructors, whoever they are, but they're actually very minimal critiques. He was very intelligent, but he couldn't pay his parking tickets. Like,
No. Yeah.
how do
Well,
we
how do we
how do
avoid the
we
parking tickets? So that's the whole thing.
right? Well, how do we analyze that personality trait where he can do the one thing in academia and he can't do everyday life? That sounds
Mhm.
honestly to me like he might be on the spectrum. He might honestly be somewhere on the spectrum because
I
that's
agree. I definitely agree with that, looking at that. What's up with this bad driving? That was gonna be your downfall in the end, buddy. I'm really shocked that he only got stopped twice between Washington and Pennsylvania.
and in the same state, like back
I
to
know.
back. Boom,
Like,
boom.
Indiana's like, "No, no, 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 we're not doing that here, sir. We don't tailgate in damn well Indiana. Mm-mm. We'll throw you in damn
Hendricks,
prison.
Hendricks County, Indiana.
We'll throw you in prison with odinistic guards, teach you a lesson." Maybe they should have. You think the vent people are bad? Hold up. Indiana's like, hold my beer. Damn it, man, Joe. Okay. Says good intro, good summary, conclusions in brief slash incomplete. You write well
You,
and obviously have excellent vocabulary. Try not to overdo the verbiage. See?
oh, yep.
Often hires
Oftentimes,
oftentimes simple, concise sentences are clearer and easier to follow.
this is scary for me because I've gotten some of the same
I
critiques
know,
of my writing.
I know. Does y'all think Salty over there using them short, simple words and making up words and cussing? I'm just as damn well intelligent as the next guy, if not more so. Don't let my cussing fool you. I like when Joe gets all intellectual on me and uses them big words because I get look, my 18-year-old, 3 years old running around, people would come up to me and they're like, "Oh my God, your child's so smart." I'm like, "Well, thank you." Like, no, he uses words I don't understand. I'm like, "Yeah, I know." It just came naturally to him. His cousins would come and tell me, "Will you tell him to stop talking like that? He uses in words we don't know." And I'm like, I never baby talked that kid. I'm just like, if you use a word with a child and you use it in the right context, they understand the meaning of that big word you just popped off out of your mouth. They get it because you just explained to them how to use that word. The next thing you know, your baby's talking like a little champion, but not to the Kohberger level. We don't need that. I wonder about my kid sometimes. He's so book smart, right? Like he's always been in the advanced classes. But I feel like when he's trying to explain something to me, it's like pulling teeth. I'm like, hang on, I feel like you're leaving out something major. Like, where's the rest of this? Context, please. So funny. All right.
So this
Paperwork.
is all on the carpet. They're taking pictures of these
Yeah, they're
papers on the
like,
carpet.
so I think these were all in that entertainment center we were looking at where all the papers were,
Okay.
and there's also paperwork in the closet as well. So some of it's coming out of out of that where the books were at, the bookshelf thingy, the entertainment center, but a lot of it could have come out of the closet as well because there were a lot of documents in that closet. So yeah, they're taking them out and they're laying them on the floor and they're looking at this stuff and they're photographing it as they come across
Yeah,
it.
and I don't think it tells me anything conclusively about whether or not he was planning on coming back. Because if I
No, not
wasn't,
yet.
I wouldn't take them with me. I'd be like, y'all can throw those in the trash. I'm done with this
Yeah.
university. I got fired. I'm not in the PhD program anymore. Y'all can take those papers and shove them. I wouldn't take them with me. But
Um,
but that doesn't mean he wasn't coming back. That doesn't mean that was his philosophy. I'm just saying if he wasn't coming back, that wouldn't be unusual to leave these type of things behind.
Right. As far as personal things, there's going to be a few items in in the closet. Like I said, these nails, these these little devices, the saws and shit, whatever. But as far as there's like a little bit of clothing hanging up in the closet, and there's nothing in the bathroom, and the bedroom appears it's just empty. So we'll show you that, and it's like you can't say he wasn't, and the TV is still there. The two birthday cards are still there. So I'm a minimalist. Kohberger's a young bachelor, first time ever on his own, probably doesn't have a whole lot of stuff to begin with. So it's hard to gauge, was he coming back? Did he leave that door open? Maybe I go back and fight this if they quit looking for this white Elantra. Do I go back and fight this WSU stuff? Do I change my ways? Try to keep my job? Do I sell this Elantra and go back? Do I pack it all in and get across that border? Because that's still on the table if I'm Brian Kohberger. Hell, I got my inverter and shit. Let's go. Let's go. Shit, left the airbag back in Washington. What will I sleep on? That's probably what he was thinking. That was a dumb move. All right. Some more of his documents, more of that, more of that. And this one, again, is just going over the different things, the good intro, the good summary. I'd like to see more space devoted to analysis of the thesis, author's thesis. You have an impressive vocabulary, but at times you overdo it. Simply is
That's a constant theme. That is a constant theme. Wow.
try to strike a balance. But Joe, she's try to strike a balance, sir. Okay. So yeah, it's a constant theme with him. It's like he feels like the overuse of all of that will make him appear more intellectual, smarter, more critical thinking. I don't know.
Yeah, I want to address Jeff's comment right here because it's been on my mind for like a half an hour.
Mm-hmm.
If he had no intention of coming back, one of the main things that I see missing from his apartment is technology, is electronics. There are no electronics. There's no Amazon Alexa. There's no television.
Was one thing. Well, yeah, there was. There's a TV left behind and the Amazon Fire Stick. We've always known the Fire Stick was in the return, but that's it, Joe. And the Fire Stick was a recent purchase. So we don't know. That's like I'm saying, the only things left behind were the TV, the Fire Stick, some clothes hanging in the closet, the iron, the equipment in the top of the closet, the nails and such, and pots and pans, and the bed sheets, and that's it. And the bathroom is empty.
Yeah. All right. So I'm on the fence on that right now. I'm on the fence because he's a college student. So the last time before where I'm living now, at the last chapter in my life, I rented a 2-bedroom apartment. I had 3 TVs. I had 4 Alexas. I mean, and it took me a week to get everything cleared out of there, and I still left a few things behind. So
he left more than a few things behind, but still, it was left in the state where you just don't know if he was coming back or not. And I saw somebody comment that maybe he had to leave some things behind so his dad wouldn't know. Maybe
Jeff. I think Jeff said, was that Jeff that said that?
I could see that happening. Yeah. Firefly, how on earth did you miss the computer? I don't think Joe has seen all the photos yet, Firefly, like we have.
We're still working through them, which is why I almost hesitated to make that comment, because I'm like, we haven't gone through all of them yet, but I'm just missing some of the things.
Yeah. So again, more of the critiquing of his work. Let's get on through some of that because some of it is repetitive, like I said. Different shots of the same thing. But I also like reading what he actually was writing about, right? Here they underline where he wrote, there is no evidence that harsher sentencing has a deterrent effect. The validity of this policy is thus contracted in various forms for if the public believes that SCOTUS does not respect their rights as citizens. Anarchy and disorder would be most consistent with the seasoning of utilitarians. This is one that is, one would expect the logic of proponents to lead to different conclusions. Then he writes, finally, there is no evidence that citizens seek vengeance to a greater extent in states that do not have the death penalty, further invalidating such claims. And then down here, and then they underline invalidated here. You raise some good points. Would like to see more use of the book to input your position. Is that what that says? Support your position. Sorry, a little disjointed, but don't focus on that. Forgiveness. What?
For quizzes?
Or
For
quizzes.
quizzes?
I'm like, forgiveness? What are they talking about? Okay.
He needs forgiveness. He
Quizzes.
does.
Yeah. So more of that, more of that. Uh-oh, inculpatory and exculpatory evidence. Oh, shoot. Oh, see, I have not read the stuff he was writing
Look at all
about.
those pages, though. These are pages and pages and pages.
Mhm.
And he's always in like the 90% range, plus or minus a couple
Yes,
of
I've
points.
noticed that as well, Joe. I was looking at the numbers there too. Um, you list ways of Baselin's principles, but do not discuss it. Do not discuss if how things would change, impact perspectives, do their job, or prosecutor, or impact how prosecutors do their job. Intro has lots of info, but really isn't relevant. Focus on answering the questions asked. Oh,
Hmm.
and there's just a brighter photo of that same image.
You know what all of this says to me,
What's that?
or it confirms to me that he was staring Anne in the back of her head when
Oh,
she was
yeah.
giving all of her arguments, because he had his own arguments in his head that he
Hmm.
would have been making. And when she didn't make the argument he would have made, he was like staring darts in the back of her head.
You could see it every time Ann Taylor was standing before the judge. Kohberger could not take his eyes off of her. Rarely. I watched every single hearing and I studied that behavior. I was watching him watch her. That was super interesting to me. How did he react when she said certain things? I was watching. How did he react during certain arguments? I was watching. Because I knew absolutely this dude had a hand in everything she was doing because he's smarter than Ann Taylor. He's in school right now. Honey, you've been in school, out of school for how long? Let me bring something new to the table. Let's try this. She's like, that's actually not a bad idea. Let's do it. That's all we got, my guy. But in the end, it just wasn't quite enough. But yeah, he absolutely, I think he enjoyed that aspect of it because of the criminal justice aspect. Um, like I said,
Oh God! Oh God! You gotta put up Jeff's last comment
I'm
about
scared
11
of Jeff's comments. What is it?
about 11:22. It's down a couple. It's
Yeah, I
down a
see it.
couple.
I don't know what them pro burgers doing, Jeff. I don't venture off into their streets. Dangerous streets. I stay on the safe side. I
If
try
he
to.
was if he was OCD though, and he just went to hang out there one night, and he's like, "Oh my God, these people are so filthy. They need to be
Well,
unalived,"
then
and
take me down to Idaho right now because I got something to take care of.
that's obviously a joke, but it's
Yeah,
I
it's a
mean
joke. No,
everything. Yeah,
I think the House chose the victims because there were too many possible victims on that phone for this guy to be fixated on just one girl.
right,
He
right.
was fixated on a type of girl. Now, which girl is easiest for me to get to? Because I don't want to get caught. House was the target. But who told you
And
that?
we didn't.
Was it the
Yeah,
UAB? Uh huh. I think it was.
And we didn't know that until they released all of this evidence, right? I mean,
No, the police stood there and said in a press release, what do you call them? Press conferences. We believe the house was the target. Everybody's like, what? The tunnels, the freaking tunnels. The house was the drug running capital of the world. The house was the target. Yeah, it was, because it was the easiest to get in and out of. And like Danny Rawling, it backed up to the woods in the darkness.
yeah, to that private parking lot from the other apartments.
Yeah, and that's my theory. Because really, honestly, how did he choose his victim? And then we
I,
know that there were hundreds of other college girls from both campuses all over the phone, but none of these victims. So you only deleted the ones of your victim, or you didn't even delete them. They weren't on the phone. They were on the search history that they were able to recover. But none of the victim that you were able to recover. Not one of them. Okay. So why do we have all these other girls? Are we looking for the perfect house that's easiest to get in and out of? And did King Road fit the bill? And not only did you have one victim, hell, we can make a whole thing and go got multiples like Danny Rawling. Danny Rawling also entered a home one night, and lo and behold, there's a man there, a young man on the couch asleep. He didn't mind. He did horrible things to him as well. And then you got BTK, accidentally took out an entire family because they weren't supposed to be home that day. Just the wife and the little girl. But the little boy was sick and was home from school, and then dad come home early. And BTK had a mess on his hands that he didn't expect because he had been watching the Ortega family for weeks. Perfect house to get in and out of, unseen. And for years, he got away with that until he told them, hey, that was me. Here's how
so
I did.
as far as the pictures go here, why do we have some pictures that are dark and some pictures that are light?
Their lighting
Like,
is crazy. And they go back and they redo it, right? They adjust this
oh,
one.
okay,
They're
okay.
adjusting their lighting. They're like, oh, our camera angle sucked. Our lighting sucked. We might have to fix that, boys.
But they just throw all of them in there because it's part of discovery. It's part of the evidence.
Yeah,
I get
yeah,
it. Okay,
yeah.
okay.
If
There's
it
a
was
95. Holy
hmm
cow, 95.
two good answers, but you should only answer one question. Good support for your positions, well presented. Oh,
Oh, that stoked
95.
his ego. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's like, see, told you I could do it. Mark me bad again. And this is another one on ethics, law, society, and capital punishment. Oh.
Hmm. This.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, that's so ironic considering the
Why would
plea
he
deal.
go and why would he cross the state line into a death penalty state? Oh, I don't know. The challenge. Fuck. Let's get real. For the challenge. Why not go for the gusto? Hell, I know the DPs across the state line. There's 1,000 girls right here at WSU, so why did you cross the state line? Was it seriously the easiest house on the market? Wasn't one in WSU? Now that I think about my theory, Joe, I'm like, wait a minute. See, y'all, I can debunk my own theory
Oh,
just by
that
talking through it with you guys.
I
Hang on a minute.
know, right? That's why I love being on with you because we both talk our way through it.
I know we
But
probably too much, but god dang, that's all we got.
this also makes me want to go boots on the ground on WSU campus
I know.
and like look for a similar house. Like,
Hmm.
did he do that?
Hey, come
Did
get
he?
me. We got to get that Sprinter van, dude, because I got to have comfort. I could sleep while you drive and stuff. Make me a sandwich when I get hungry, and I can go to a bathroom when I need to. There's all kind of things I got to consider, but yeah. So this would have been that storage facility. There was a store. Each of the apartments in Kohberger's building had little individual storage units that they could have. Now, when they got there and realized there was a little building. They had to get a emergency warrant from the judge to go search the little building, and there was nothing found. But that's all redacted. But there was nothing found there, right? That was any kind of evidence. I guess they're all like little wooden doors. Hang on, let me turn everything around. Anyway, oops, didn't work right. But anyway, they're inside. There was nothing found inside of the storage unit. They had wood doors on them and these padlock locks. Padlock locks. Okay, let me get on down past these ones because there's nothing to look at here. I'm not going to stare at some wood. Don't even have no stains on them. Nothing interesting there. A little metal grate inside. Okay. Okay.
Don't you be staring at no wood today.
No,
Salty.
good Lord. No. No, 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 no. Okay. So as Dolphin pointed out when we were talking until 2 a.m. the other morning, she's like, look, Salty, he took all of his black clothes. He left his blue ones.
Are those bathrobes?
No, that's his button-up shirt. And look, I just
okay.
noticed that these are the short-sleeved ones.
Good, because I was going to be like, why does the dude need 6 bathrobes?
Maybe he was a smoking cigar lounging type of guy, intellectual type. So he got that smoking pipe in the evenings with his little velvet robe, and he's like, now I'm going to tell you about my day in the world of criminology / criminal justice. So, interestingly enough, these are short sleeve. Summer attire. We only took our fall clothing. It's cold now. We need them winter clothes, or covering up scratches on an arm, track marks that may be present because we're back off the wagon. Don't know. But I didn't realize, well, Dolphin pointed out, we got blue shirts here. Like, where's the
and
black?
There are a lot of empty hangers. A lot.
And so we know in the thumbs up picture that he took in the bathroom here, remember it was released a while back, the morning after the crimes, he had the long sleeve button down white. And there's one here, but you can't tell if it's short sleeve or not.
Who the fuck has that in their closet?
Well,
that's like a bodysuit. That's a bodysuit. No,
what is a bodysuit? What are you talking about?
That looks like a Tyvek. Is that not like a Tyvek? A white Tyvek type of thing?
The one on the left hanging up?
Yes, yeah.
It just looks like a dress shirt to me that's long.
No.
Oh, it's like longer than a robe or what? I mean, a shirt?
Yeah, it is. It looks like it has a hood too.
It looked like one of those things those Amish men wear to bed.
It looks like a white. It looks like a white Tyvek. Like that's what it looks like to me.
You mean like a sleeping gown for a man?
No, Tyvek, like a hazmat suit.
Oh no, that ain't no hazmat suit. You can see the way it's. Well, I don't know. Let's zoom in.
Does it have a hood on it though? That looks like a hood at the top. Okay, I may be wrong. I could be wrong.
Hang on,
I'm often wrong.
Maybe is it a garment bag?
I don't know.
See, the bottom of it appears to be a little round.
It curls around to the left. We can't see what's at the bottom of it.
And then
it looks a little bit like a Tyvek, like a white Tyvek suit.
Well, you got a seam here with like a little pleating, and then this.
That looks like a hood. That looks like a hood to me. That is not a collar. That is not a collar.
Hang on.
I know collars.
Okay, hold on. Could be a loose
maybe it's
collar.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, I could go with that.
Like the collar, but it's not adjusted on the hanger properly, so it's loose. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know for sure. I can't. It's hard to tell for sure what this image is. But oh goodness, get out of here, empty hangers. I zoom. Oh, I was trying to zoom out. It was zooming in.
I'm open to interpretation, but that was my very first thought. Was like that kind of looks like a white Tyvek suit, but it could be something else. But why did he leave it behind?
We're all like Mormon, Catholic. We don't know what's going on. People, garment bag.
He's going to the temple.
Oh God, no, not the temple. Well, okay. You can go join Lori's world. All right. So then he's got these are the bags that look as pillows came in, right? Standard queen pack. It could be bedding too, but it's all allergy, asthma, and something safe.
Yeah, and I have those too
Yeah.
because I was tested for allergies like years ago, and the only allergy that they found me positive for was dust mites. So I have to
Mhm.
put like those hypoallergenic things
Yeah.
on pillows and sheets and everything to try and reduce my allergic reactions. And it still
Yeah.
doesn't work sometimes, but I have those.
It helps. They do help. Um, so yeah, he had that going on, and he has a blanket in the bag there, and this is a sheet set. This was his extra set going down here. What was going on? Because there are a comforter on the bed. Um, what's this little dude right here? A little sheep on the package. Okay, I thought, was that a little toy? That's what I'm thinking. Looks like some little gadget dude my grandbaby would have. All right. So they photographed all of that. Um, again, with a little closer up of the shirts. And yeah, they're all short sleeve, the ones he left behind. So maybe it was because those were, his seasonal wardrobe. Can't fault the
Did
guy for
he
being
wear did he wear those to the corner? What was the name of the bar in the corner?
the corner club.
Oh my gosh, that's so hard for me to come up with. But did he wear those to that in August and September?
Don't even know if he was ever at the corner club. We can't get a
I know. Wouldn't we love to know that?
yeah,
So
because
did he?
you could.
Did he know about the food truck and did he know about the vegan
I'm gonna
restaurants?
guess yes, and I'll tell you why I think he knew about the food truck because they streamed on Twitch all the time. It was a thing. All the kids in Moscow knew that they live streamed on Twitch from the grub truck. Um, so I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Kohberger may have known that as well. So was he ever able to watch those live streams on Twitch from the comfort of his home here at this little apartment? And go, posted on Instagram 30 minutes ago they were at the bar. Oh, they're heading to that food truck thingy. Let me just go watch Twitch a moment. Oh, look, there they are. I don't know. Did he?
Okay,
I don't know how deep his surveillance went on these individuals.
so who released the grub truck video footage
Olivia
month
Gonzalez.
and who did she get it from?
She found it early on in the investigation. Someone let her know that grub truck your sister was at, they live stream on Twitch. She's like, really? Hold my beer. That's what investigators were scared of because Olivia found a lot of things they should have found.
I love that. She's
Oh,
like, honestly, in my
she's
mind,
been a
she's a
bulldog
deep.
from day one.
Yep, I love that. I
I'll tell
love
you
that.
what, I've got 6 siblings. I'm the oldest. You don't mess with the big sister of the tribe. You just don't do it. And you do not mess with her siblings. Because then I don't care if she had a big old fight with one of them yesterday, back off my sibling. Because I'm about to come at you. And I might ask what she did after I get done. But first, I'm coming at you. Then I'll turn around and say, girl, what'd you do? What are we doing here? Is this justified? But you know what I'm saying? So her to come in hot and aggressive and get Kaylee's phone records immediately because the family had the shared account. She got all that she could pertaining to Kaylee's phone. She got the grub truck video. She got 1112 video. She talked to all the immediate friend group. She
You
was
know who
sending
that?
investigators screenshots of Dylan Mortensen's post on Facebook because they were weird.
You know who that person is in the London Valdez case?
Mhm.
It's the gal that was on my live stream Sunday
Yep.
with London's Mom Brittany, that's Rochelle. Rochelle is that bulldog. I'm telling you right
Rochelle,
now.
you nailed it because she was saying the right things, asking the right questions.
And she's the one that asked the OSBI to come in there, the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation. She asked them, well, actually, she asked the prosecutor to ask them to come in, and she wouldn't let it go. She stayed on it, and she's still on it. So that's where we're going to go with that case. Like, but Rochelle is that person.
Yeah. It's always good to have those kind of people in your corner to push it, and to get aggressive with whatever needs to be dealt with. But yeah, so Olivia found the grub truck video and turned that over to the police. And now, from what Heather Bernhardt says, she's going to be giving Olivia everything she found on Kohberger's phone. And we're here for it. Okay, so images again from the inside of the apartment, the closet area, the sliding door to the closet. I don't know why they got all hard on that. So there's the bathroom floor. And we're going to notice, I noticed too, Joe, how clean. Now, it's an older apartment, like we've said, guys, with the staining of the tub in the sink and different things, scratches or whatnot. This is a very clean bathtub. We'll see. And there's not going to be a shower curtain. We knew early on in the investigation that when they did the search warrant return, they noted there was no shower curtain in the apartment. So everybody's like, why is there no shower curtain? Did he use it to line the trunk with? Oh, boy, we got took apart for even suggesting that could have happened, right? Like, it's normal not to have a shower curtain. Okay, if you want to dry all that water up out of your floor constantly, do you, boo? But for an OCD guy, does he want that floor wet constantly? No. So where the hell's your shower curtain, buh? What'd you do with it? Did you get blood all over it when you took a shower and you needed to make sure there was no trace evidence left behind? So empty garbage can in the bathroom.
Totally empty. Holy cow.
Yeah, completely took the little bag out and everything.
The toilet bowl is clean. The seat is clean.
Yep. Around the base of the toilet is clean. I live with
That's not just clean. That's spotless.
Spotless, and the bathtub is no different.
And there's no toilet paper left in the toilet paper rack.
No,
right
it was in
behind
the
the toilet.
cabinet. Yeah.
No, right behind it though.
I
You
know.
put your toilet paper stacked in there just in case you run out while you're on the John. That's what those are for.
His is empty, but it's in the hall closet, but he doesn't have it stocked up there. Toilet bowl plunger there on the side, just in case. Okay, so there's part of the bathtub. You can see it. You will see
Spotless.
images in a minute, but yeah.
Spotless. Oh God, the baseboard heaters. Oh my God, there's a
know.
baseboard heater in there. Those are horrible.
I noticed there's no shower curtain pulled back on this end because it's gone. Why take off your shower curtain? And if you're coming back, you might need a new one. So was it?
He does have a hand towel still left on the hand towel rack to the left of the shower.
And I'm assuming there was nothing on that. It was taken and tested.
I sure would hope so, but I've seen other agencies not do that. Again, that's a spotless bathroom. There's no mold. There's no mildew. There's no nothing. That's spotless.
And but the water stains around the faucet, though, a lot of times, what are you going to do if there's been a lifetime of people not cleaning it properly? It's probably not coming off real easily. But aside from that, I know, because I looked for, I'm a woman, I'm a clean freak, but I'm like, okay, well, we got that, but everything else is so clean.
Oh, even in the drain too. Oh, there's stuff in the drain though. There is stuff in the drain.
But is it staining, right? Staining from over the years.
There's CLR, calcium, lime, rust. Is there something besides CLR?
Oh yeah, there's other things out there, but is he going to go that extra mile to get that caked on shit that's been there forever? I don't know to what level this dude's OCD really went.
But the walls are incredibly, unusually spotless.
very clean, wiped down with bleach. And if you did that immediately, right before I send mom my thumbs up, before mother gets that, let me clean this bathroom. And he probably cleaned it multiple times before he left to go to Pennsylvania. So any smell, heavy bleach, just would be dissipated by then, right? Because people are like, well, this cleanup occurred in the Idaho whorehouse. Okay, I won't say one couldn't have, but where's the evidence of a cleanup? Because I'm telling you right now, Ann Taylor would have been all over that. That would have been my biggest thing. Excuse me, put the brakes on, because these images from the crime scene absolutely show me a cleanup occurred. You know how? When you shine the light out there and you get the blood from everywhere, there's smear stains that appear. And there's a
Luminol.
heavy,
Luminol.
right, and you can see the smears across the floor every single time of every cleanup I've ever watched on Forensic Files. That's how they know. Also, the heavy smell of chemical in the air. There was none in that home. If there
Okay,
was,
so
it was not
when
for
what is the date? What is the date of these pictures versus what is the date that he left?
the date that he left, I can't remember right off the top of my head. This date of this search was December. What day was he arrested, guys? Was it the 29th?
Somewhere in between Christmas and New Year's. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
He had a lot of time to clean his apartment.
right, but how long is luminol effective? Because that's what you're going to use to try and find blood
Oh
stains,
yeah, that's
right?
what you're going to use. But I don't know. So if he destroyed everything with bleach and got it out of there, right? Um,
Hmm.
at this time when they went in, would there be evidence of a cleanup? You can't say that. Now, if all the blood was, if there was blood, if there even was, if that's all gone and he did a thorough job, would it show up still at that point, right? Like a faintly, I don't know, Joe, how long that
Hmm.
time would
J
have
Ray
to be
J Ray says two
cleaned.
weeks, 15 to the 30th, so two
Okay.
weeks. So
So,
I still wonder how long luminol is effective.
right,
To,
to pick
hmm,
up traces of blood evidence like that. No
yeah.
matter how well you deep cleaned. But as far, the smell of a cleaning would have already been dissipated at this point, right? You wouldn't walk in instantly go, oh wow, someone's using bleach in here, because I would. I can't use bleach. I'm allergic. The smell will linger for days and days and days. I will taste it, smell it, and it will not go away. And it's horrible. So I don't use bleach like that. My sister, on the other hand, will bleach everything, and I cannot even be in her house for a minute. But you smell it the minute you walk in the door, right? But after a while, it will go away.
It's interesting. So I'm looking at this Jack and Jill sink right here
Uh huh.
that's set up for two people. It's interesting that he did not have a roommate.
Well,
Would
they
we
assign. Well, that's because where he lived, you would get assigned your apartment, and his unit was a two-bedroom, but there was nobody assigned to the other unit, the other bedroom. So it was an empty bedroom. So
wouldn't we love to meet that roommate if he actually had
if he
one?
had gotten assigned a roommate there, right?
Yes. Oh my gosh, can you
How
imagine?
lucky. They're like, wait a minute, we're getting reports about this guy's behavior. He's a little odd. The classmates aren't digging him. Don't put nobody in that room. They would, oh, but yeah, it would be interesting. That person would be a big interview for the police, right? Tell us about your roommate, his
Those are
habits.
really old 70s cabinets. Like
Mm-hmm. Oh,
that press
definitely.
board that they used on that's like 70s. That's not
Definitely.
even 80s, that's 70s.
Oh, yeah. I don't even know what year Steptoe was built, but it's been there it's been a lot of PhD students have come through these doors, Joe. If these walls could talk, right? And if Murphy could talk, Lord, again with that shiny little bathtub, you can see the shine coming off the corner there, from the way that camera is capturing the light on it. The walls, again, pearly white.
So there's the toilet bowl cleaner, but where is the toilet bowl brush?
Where
Because
is
you
the
spray the
brush?
cleaner, but where's the brush?
Did it get wrapped up in the shower curtain and now see, here's another thing. I know that WSU didn't find the car until the end of November, a good week and a half, 2 weeks after the crimes. So he already had a lot of time to do stuff in that 2-week period. But if they had gotten an eye on him at any point in time, could they have seen him throwing away in, certain, is he going to bag everything up? First of all, you probably couldn't see the bag, but he's throwing shit away. Well, did he ball up the toilet bowl brush into the shower curtain and throw it away? And why would you? Right? Right? Why would you? Um, that looks like it's one of those rubber mats to me that goes down on the
Yep.
bathtub. You can see the
Yep.
little shape of
Me
it
too.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ms. Woozy says what his former college roommates from undergrad. I think he lived at home when
He
he was
did.
working on his undergrad.
He did. When he attended DeSales University, he still lived at home in Pennsylvania at the parents. And when he attended Northampton before that, the community college, he still lived at home. This was literally the first time Brian Kohberger ever left home. Was June of 2022. And by November, he committed an act he could not come back from. Isn't that crazy? Got away from mother for a moment and she
Yeah.
got sideways
Well,
real fast.
honestly, though, having said that, I'd like to hear from his former undergrad roommates too, being his mom and dad and sister.
Yeah, and I'm
I
saying
would love to hear from
well,
them.
we've heard from kids who went to school with him, right? We've heard a few of them speak out. We've heard that in the Dateline episode, I believe, in the Amazon special as well. Which reminds me, I think we had a notification. Let me double check something, guys, that another new show is going to be coming out. Who was it? Hold on, because I saved it for me to go look at later just to make sure I saw that right. I feel like it was on the CW. Hang on. Let me get my stuff together here. Oh. Much later did I put it here? Oh yeah. Cyber Sleuths. Remember the CW was doing those series called Cyber Sleuths, and one of their very first one was on Delphi, and then I think the second one was Idaho, because that's when they brought WSU mom Kim on there, and they've done some more since then. So it looks like they're going to be doing another one on Paramount Plus. We'll play the little trailer here in a little bit if we don't forget, but I'll get the details on that when that's coming out. But I don't know if they'll ever speak, Joe. The family, you know what I mean? Will they ever somebody ever get an exclusive one day with them?
It depends. So here's what I've learned in my whole one year of being a YouTube content creator is that people will talk when they feel like it could be of
Oh
some
yeah.
benefit to them. So if they feel like it might be therapeutic or maybe financially beneficial, like if some big channel offers them a bunch of money, like,
You mean like if you're Rex Sherman's wife and you got Peacock TV following you around for money?
oh my gosh, right.
That way?
Then maybe you might talk, but if it's going to be detrimental, then you're not going to.
Well, then people are people. Then you got real chatty people who will come out and tell you all their stuff, and you got very private people who don't want to ever talk no matter what. So it's a hard call. But will somebody eventually, like Ramsland, for instance, I think if anybody's going to get Kohberger's family to talk about Kohberger, will be Ramsland, because the only reason it would be relevant is to try to figure out what happened along the way with this guy. And who else is going to know better than mother? Will mother ever be able to admit that her son has a problem? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it's honestly, it's kind of similar to the London Valdez situation because they're going to come out and talk. So one of the two men who is last seen with London came on and dropped 3 comments last night under the video.
Mm-hmm.
3 comments, and he was professing his innocence. And honestly, most indications are he probably was not involved in her disappearance, but he was one of the last men to see her alive, and he needs to come forward and tell us what he saw, where she disappeared, like where he last saw her, who he last saw her with. But he just professed his innocence, and he felt the need to do that in the comments in my video.
But
So they're gonna do that when they feel the need for something to benefit them more than it's detrimental to them.
well,
You know
I
what I mean?
understand that too, but I don't know if they'll ever get to that point. If that it's their son's a quadruple murderer, so it's a different type. Instead of being accused, the guy
Yes.
you're
Right.
speaking
Right. 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 So they're
is
not being accused. They're not being accused. They're just
right,
linked with this guy who did this.
dude.
I get it. Yes, I
They
get
want to
that.
openly talk about that with the world. That would be a hard call. And the case you're speaking about, you're right. He come in and made those statements, but I also have to give him benefit of the doubt. If he says OSBI has spoken to him, OSBI has my phone. That's my biggest question is, do they have y'all's phones? Do they have her phone? There's a lot of questions there. I'm open to hearing what he has to say, especially if cops have already spoke to the guy. Now it's up to the cops to go do more if he has spoken with them and they have collected phone data or whatever. There's a lot more to that. So everybody's reasons for doing it are so different. That's what I mean. And even with these victims' families, you're not going to see every victim's family come out with a spokesperson or somebody who's ready and willing to scream it from the rooftops. They're very private and they don't want any part of this world. And you can't, you know what I mean? So stand if they do, and damn if they don't. Oh, they should come out and speak more. Oh, we get why they don't. And where's that happy middle ground? But I don't know if Kohberger's case, if they'll ever come out and talk because of the circumstances. And I feel like if they do, it would be to Ramsland, somebody of that nature, just doing like a study of what happened here. That makes sense. So this is the entrance to Kohberger's apartment. And again, it was a 2-bedroom layout that he had here just off the bathroom. You can see through the little door opening there because the towel's on the rack. To the right is going to be where you go to the kitchen, and to the left would be where those 2 bedrooms are. And the closet is right here as well as you walk into the left, that sliding closet there. And there was stuff that was left in that closet, Joe, but not, see, you can see some of it there. Oops. And his laundry detergents, of course, are left behind, and his light bulbs. This is a little door. It's right on the other side of so when you come in the living room, you have the TV entertainment center there, and then a door beside that is their little, I guess, leads out to their little patio, and there's some curious little brown bags sitting there.
Those are like Amazon delivery box. Oh no, they're bags. They're not boxes. They're bags. Oh, okay.
Evidence on the bag right there, the brown bags.
Gotcha.
So I don't know if they had them just sitting out there, if there was literally some evidence out there they were collecting.
Well, it's not like Karen Reed. They're not like shop and save bags.
Lord, no red Solo cups and shop and save bags here, boys. We got the real deal. Brown bag, evidence on the front. So that was interestingly enough sitting out on the little patio area there. I don't know if he had a certain decorating style or if that just a lamp Mama sent, or Mother. I need to call her Mother. He may be offended if I call her Mama.
Oh gosh, you're gonna send me to the psycho realm.
Mm-hmm. Mother, can you help me? Oh, okay. Again, with this clean vacuum, the shit in the closet. All right, let me get on down here. That's the picture of the front window and the front door. Entertainment.
And another baseboard heater. Those are horrible. Those are like the worst inventions ever.
Now, I was telling Dolphin, you can see it a little bit here. There's like a portable AC unit sitting over here. Now, I have a family member who lived in Washington State for a while, outside of Seattle, military. There's no air conditioning in the building that they lived in the apartment complex. Well, she has always had asthma. Her little boy, turns out, has asthma. and they had to go out and buy the portable unit for their apartment in Washington. Now, in Florida, you cannot do that. You can't build an apartment unit here without air conditioning, right? People will die. But in Washington, you can. You have to provide heat because that's a necessity. Florida, we have to provide you with air, necessity. So I don't know if his apartment, just didn't have adequate enough for him type cooling and he needed an extra unit. Was he that kind of guy that slept in the, almost in the nude, hardly any covers? November.
Oh, I don't. Oh God, you just gave me nightmares for
Ew.
days.
I don't.
Ooh.
I didn't try to look at that. Look, dude, I saw Stefan Stern's junk. Ain't nothing's gonna.
I sent you those pictures.
Yeah, you did. I like it's sorry. He's like, you're gonna see this. I'm like, that's sorry. Send it to me. I've seen worse. Well, not personally. I don't look at that. That
It's
come
a good
out.
thing you
Hold
qualified that.
on.
Not
Shit.
personally.
Hold on. That came out all kind of wrong. Y'all don't clip that. Don't. Please. My God, am I gonna laugh at myself later on somebody's YouTube short? Jesus Christ. Y'all give me a heads up. Lo and behold. Okay. You don't ever know what's gonna happen when me and Joe get up here to talk, and
Salty's
sometimes I'll
Salty
forget
has
we're live. I'm like, oops.
Salty has seen worse than Stefan Stern's junk. That's on the record.
I've been around a long time. I'm like Kohberger, I'm a dinosaur. If you know, you know. Hank Jr. knows I'm a dinosaur. All right.
Oh, lordy.
I'm ready to bust off in song. Give me some music. When shit gets too much, I go outside with some coffee and some music. I'm going to say like Big and Rich says it, music. Oh, I ain't played Big and Rich in a long time. Okay, never mind. Back to the task at hand. Clear my mind with the music. It's how I survive. Okay, so bedroom 2, and then there was this one over here where you can see the linens on the bed. That was Kohberger's bedroom, and this one next door is going to be where the spare room would have been for potential roommate. Victim. Potential. No, that was too close to home. He wouldn't have made that mistake unless he was too tempted. Anyway, kitchen area. And he enjoyed the coffees because he's got the regular pot and we got a Keurig. And yeah. It's caffeine freak like me. Okay, there's his portable unit.
I had one of those, and those are actually really nice. Like
They're
very
good.
effective.
They are. My ex-roommate, she had one too. There's a picture of the card that they redacted. Damn it. Look, it's so blurry you can't read a word on it. But it's a note from Mother. I'm sure it's a letter of encouragement. You can do this, son. I bought you all those new pots and pans.
Is that from Mom?
Yeah,
Do we
because
know that?
we'll get a look at another angle of it, but they redact what she wrote.
Oh my gosh, I like her handwriting though. Actually,
Oh,
like her
Mother
hand-
likes to write. Mother wrote
Yeah.
letters about Sandy Hook. Mother wrote about Ted Bundy and the death penalty. Yeah, Mother wasn't shy about her feelings.
Mm.
All before Kohberger went out and committed quadruple homicide. So there's the TV, and see how they redacted the whole front of the card here, Joe? That's the same card that I was just zooming in on, because there's the little AC unit and the entertainment center TV's left there, but they redacted the whole front of the card there. And then that's the door to the outside where we saw the evidence bag sitting, and there's a closet on that side of the room as well. Or on that side of the room is the sliding closet.
Oh wait, there we saw the Theodore Roosevelt dinosaur card too.
Yes, it's sitting on the opposite side of the unit.
Yes,
So on
right.
one side you got, see, there we go, better picture of the cards. So you got this card to the left, this card to the right, and they're both birthday cards to Kohberger. To Briam. They're Briam's. I wonder if they got a gift to go with it.
No gaming, so he wasn't a gamer. That's like
well,
interesting to me.
If he was, he did computer gaming, and Dolphin and I talked about that because Dolphin's like, the huge gamer. My kid's a huge gamer, but my son is all about the Xbox and nothing else. Dolphin games on her computer. So
We
we
don't
all,
see any evidence of him gaming here.
well, he wrote rap songs about gaming and stuff. He liked to
Did
game.
he really?
Oh yeah, we got a rap song out there floating around the internet.
Was it a good rap song? I'm
No.
gonna guess no.
So this box that's sitting in the closet, there was was this box or it was a different one, but there was a piece of mail in the very top that had his parents' address. So I don't know if they sent him a package with these birthday cards inside of the package, right? Um, and you can tell by the envelopes we'll look at eventually that with the one with the hearts and stuff all over it, that it looks like that they were placed into a box together. So I was wondering about a shipment that he may have gotten from Mama. Wonder what she bought him other than the new iron, you reckon? It's like, oh, baby, them last. You're constantly FaceTiming, Brian, and your shirts are a little wrinkly. Let me send you an iron for your birthday. Again, with the shiny little kitchen, too. More of the kitchen. Kitchen. Stoves. I mean, it's pretty clean stove top.
Yeah, and I wonder if those are his utensils or if those like came with the apartment.
Oh, probably his. Um,
Hmm.
if he's picky, if he's real vegan, and his aunt had to run out and buy new pots and pans, if that's true, he's not going to trust that this stuff wasn't used by somebody else to cook meat on plates.
True. Yeah, good
So,
point.
do they rent their apartments out completely furnished for TA students? I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean? Is it like a Airbnb? You don't need to bring anything. We got it all. Or it looks like to me he may have brought some of this stuff with him. Now, this desk and all he had purchased, he could have got that and put it together once he got there, or took it with him. Who knows? Or it could have been there. I don't know for sure. I haven't really looked to see if these places come furnished or not. I never thought about looking.
Probably not.
Honestly.
Student housing does not
Yeah,
come furnished.
honestly,
Yeah.
like it with dorms, you got to buy everything and take with you. Parents spend a small fortune trying to set these kids up.
And those type of desks and stands are like really super affordable on
Oh
Amazon.
yeah, they're inexpensive and easy to put together and lightweight.
Yes.
Mhm.
Some
Perfect.
of them are not so easy to put together because they're
Yeah, I was
built
about to
cheap.
say,
They're built cheaply and the screws don't fit and
surely, sure. It's not that you threw those directions in the garbage can, right, from Jump. Nothing to do with that. So in this photo, they ended up the card is open. This is the one with the dinosaur on the front and the Monopoly Man. I'm just gonna call him that. So this part is open, but they redacted whatever she wrote on the card, right? The personal information. I'd love to see what they wrote to Brian. Can't wait to see you soon. Dad'll be out shortly. Go get some Thai food on the way. So there's the inside. He left. See, Joe, here he has his computer on the desk. He left the tower, the keyboard, and the monitor behind.
he did. So this
Mhm.
is honestly, this is like evidence that sways my mind in the opposite direction that he may have
Right.
actually been planning on coming back because I would not leave my computer there at all. Now,
Well,
if it was just like a Bluetooth monitor,
excuse me.
Bluetooth keyboard, Bluetooth mouse, then I might leave it there and take my tower with me. But if it's not, like if those aren't separate, like if the tower is there, he was planning on coming back because
Well, if
he's
I
not going to leave that.
right, so if I'm planning to come back, I'm gonna leave my whole ass computer, but I'll take my laptop um with me.
Exactly.
So do you know what I'm saying? And you're gonna turn everything off, shut it down. But also remember, according to the Bernhards, he was using data software wiping materials. So was he really concerned about anything being left behind on this computer?
Absolutely. You are, if you have a tower, you are, even if you leave the keyboard and the monitor and the mouse there, you're taking the tower with you in your car, period. There's tons of room, plenty of
Right.
room in that car with him and his dad getting stopped in Indiana twice. The tower is in the car if he's leaving forever, and the tower is in the apartment if he's planning on coming back.
And we know Stefan Stearns took off in the middle of the night over to Northport. Dad thinks he was going home to try to get his little pew pew to unalive himself, but they were also wondering if he tried to make access into that storage unit. What was found in the storage unit? Computer tower with 35,000 CSAM photos of children. So was Stefan really considering going and getting that tower because he knew there was shit on there that incriminating? So would you risk it, right, Joe? Did my wiping tools work good enough? Would he have taken it? Now, even if he wasn't coming back or was, either way, would you risk leaving something behind that may have evidentiary value
Nope.
against you?
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Not somebody in his position, in his course of studies. You are not leaving that tower there. 100% you're not.
He did though.
So he did leave his tower there. I'm
Yeah,
not just talking about the monitor
it's
and the
right there.
keyboard.
It's
That's
right
not the
there.
tower.
I
That's the
mean, well,
monitor.
that's no.
Oh, no, no. That may be the tower.
That
Okay.
is the
Okay.
tower. You're going to see a different angle in a minute.
Okay. Let me see the tower in a better angle.
Let's get down to the business here. That was the empty bedroom that was no one lived in. Living room. Let me do this a minute. Okay, let me get through these. That was the empty closet in the spare bedroom.
White curtains. Who has pure white curtains besides Mormons? That's
I think
weird.
those may have been in there though. We don't know. But who
Uh,
besides Mormons? They have to have white curtains. Is that a thing, or is that just?
Pure white to remind you of the temple.
Oh, I'm like pure white linen to remind me of comfort. Shit.
Well, and also pure white to remind you of your magic underwear.
Magic underwear. Oh God.
People in this chat know about Mormon's magic underwear.
Okay, Lori. Chad mesmerized by Lori's magic underwear as she danced around the pole and sent the
Ms. Woozy,
videos.
that's a good question. Who has a spare bedroom that is completely empty? So we talked about this kind of earlier, like maybe a half hour ago. He was supposed to be assigned a roommate, and they never assigned him a roommate for one reason or another.
Yeah, it was the college set up there for his apartment. So it was designed for two people, but he only had one. He was the only one in there. So if he had gotten a roommate assigned, they would have taken that spare bedroom. So it had to remain empty, right? Because of that reason. But it was pretty spotless in there and cleaned up. He abided by the rules. Well, the living rules, not the driving rules. He's like, what driving rules?
Not the unaliving rules.
No, not by far. Oh my God. He failed society rules, right? Okay, so empty closet, empty closet, empty closet. I don't even know how many were. That was another image of the bedroom. Let me see if we can see it. No, just the corner of the table was in that one. They stand in there and take a full-on shot, Joe, of that table.
And
And they
the tower. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Tower.
Well, no, they cut that image off. So we do have
Damn it.
more. But notice all that dust. They're going to actually peel back roll back, fold over the mouse pad here, and you can literally see how clean it is under there compared to the rest of the desk.
There we go. Okay.
There
Yep,
you
that's
go.
a tower monitor,
Speaker.
and I think there's a speaker, but is that like a backup power supply to the left of the monitor?
No, the far left this is your regular speaker that would have come, the little computer speaker. This
Right.
center one to me looks like one of the we have here, a little bass amplifying speaker.
I think that may be a backup power supply, but
Maybe.
maybe. maybe. But
but
either way, the
yeah,
on
it
the far
looks
side of
just
the desk is a
yeah,
tower. But if
yeah.
there's this much dust on the desk, was he just going off of alternative um, sort resources for doing whatever he was planning on doing? Like, did he just leave this? Why is there so much dust on there?
I don't
That's
know.
crazy.
It is crazy how much dust that was left behind or was on there that it appeared hadn't been cleaned in a very long time. And then again, he's been there since June, July, and you can't say, "Oh, those are just stains," because you can clearly see when they move the mouse pad. You're good, and they also found what they thought was a possibility of a dog hair here on the mouse pad or under the mouse pad, but it was apparently not Murphy's, or even animal hair for that matter. So then you have empty clothes basket and the waste basket. It appeared to have a clean garbage bag sitting in it, folded up. You can see the yellow handles here, and the white of the bag itself. Was that something he placed in there? Then his clean towels. There's that other shirt, Joe, and it does appear to be just a shirt. Hmm. So, and he had some jeans folded up in the closet, and that's the edge of his bed. So that's the bedroom closet where the shirts were all hanging. So that's all he had left in the bedroom closet, Joe. Over here is going to be the shirts that were blue. This is the other white shirt, and then the jeans.
Okay.
See what I'm
All
saying?
right. Yeah, I see it.
By
I
his
see it better
frames.
now. I
Yeah.
couldn't see the bottom of the shirt, but if he's 6'2", 6'3", like I am,
Mm-hmm.
then that shirt is the perfect length for
Yeah.
being a shirt and not any type of a not any type of a Tyvek suit or whatever.
My son has to wear, he's long waisted, is the way I describe it, right? His shirts have to be a little extra longer, and he's a thin guy. So it's kind of can be a challenge sometimes. Um, he didn't have a lot left in the bedroom other than this computer setup and the button up shirts and some jeans. And that's not really even a comforter, it's a sheet. So he didn't have a blanket. You know what I mean? That appears to be just the flat sheet thrown across the bed. Makes me think this guy liked it cold. And I say that because I got a baby, my grandson in November, son in December. I call them my winter babies. They like it cold. Or I'm the opposite. Like, no, give me the heat. And I'm a June baby. He liked it cold apparently. Don't give me no blanket. See, that's a
And that's no sleep number bed. That's like a cheap cot.
yeah.
That
That
is a
is
cheap cot.
And that is just like our little bass speaker right there. That's the black thing that was because this is
And
a
that's
speaker and this is also a speaker. You can see the little subwoofer right there. They're not much money. They're small. They're black. They're square, and you just plug them in, and you got a little bass boost going on.
yep. I get it. And my power supply, my power supply sits on the floor where I
Okay,
plug it in to the computer. So it doesn't sit up there on the desk. But that
right?
thermostat also is one of those old fashioned round thermostats. Like
Yeah.
that is
Yep.
it's
It
not one
shows
of
it
the new digital
building.
ones where
Right.
you can just program it.
Right. Right. Okay. And there again, the tower's there and it's dusty all around. So yeah, he left this behind for whatever reason. Um, don't know the reasoning behind it. I'm sure he was convinced there's nothing on that computer that's going to get me, so why take it? Or was that strictly for school? So no need to bother? Because everything else I'm doing sketchy is going to be on my laptop and my phone or iPad and my phone. Because we know at some point when he left Moscow, he pulled over and accessed his iPad. So was he doing his surveilling strictly on those devices, right? And nothing on that computer at all. So no need to worry. Again, there's his bedding, just the sheets are on there and the pillowcases. And like Joe said, the inexpensive bed frames, the wall unit there. God, that kind of makes me dizzy. I'm like, slow down. make me car sick. And that's the view looking right out to the living room. You can see the sofa sitting there.
That that stool in front of the desk
Mm-hmm.
is going to be extremely uncomfortable for
Uh-huh.
long term working on your computer. You are not going to be
Yep.
able to sit on that for 3, 4, 5 hours at a time, which is required in college now. Like, that thing is extremely uncomfortable.
I thought
Maybe
the same thing when I saw it. I was like, he must not sit there for long periods of time,
there's
gaming
no
or
way.
surveilling.
Nope, there's no way. That's
Now,
like, maybe
unless
it
you
made him mad. Maybe it made him mad, and that's what led to the unaliving because he's like, I'm so angry for having to sit on this stool.
dude, you can
Just kidding.
order one from Amazon. You ain't got to just search K bars. They got whole all kinds of stuff. I'm searching new chairs. This one right here, me and it's gonna fight real soon, and it should know better because it literally saw me throw the bed out the door and this other chair. So you're next, Mister. Um, but
It
yeah,
knows what the danger is. Your chair
uh,
knows what the danger
yeah,
is.
it does. It better get some comfort real quick. Like I don't know what to tell it, but so anyway, I thought the same thing, Joe. I'm like, this dude's not. So was he laptopping and iPadding everything up from the? Well, that bed not that comfortable. Little sofa in there might be comfortable. A micro sofa. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't like me. I'm all about the comfort. Maybe this guy was like, I don't care about being comfortable. I'm going to go for a drive.
Well, he thought
That's
he
where I
wasn't
find
about being
comfort.
comfortable. He thought he wasn't until he had that stool and that bed. And then he's
Yeah,
like
I miss
angry all of a
mothers.
sudden.
I miss
Yeah.
mother. Mother, I
Um, I miss my bed at home.
can
I've
you
been at home
send
for
me a new
20
chair?
years. Yeah.
A new chair and a new bed, mother. I need a new chair and a new bed, mother. I just throw
Mommy,
mine out
can
the
you help
back
me?
door. Mother,
Mommy, can
can
you
you
help
help
me?
me? Oh, I don't know. Did you eat all your meat? Oh, okay. That's like, what is that, salty? That was the microwave with that light fixture that was taken out, removed, and they placed it on top of the microwave as they were investigating. So there they slid the refrigerator out and were looking under and behind. Um, he didn't sleep behind there before he left. But yeah, they pulled that out and to take a look. The stove, refrigerator, or I think there's another one of the stove. So they move everything around, and then there's more images of the documents that were located in the apartment. We reviewed almost all of those earlier. Um, like I said, there for some reason this one's got a redaction. I'm like, who? What did they redact? It's crazy. What they choose to redact, and what does redactions do? Just make us curious. Me anyway. And I don't know if there's a better image in this file or not with a better lighting. But anyway, this is about article review paper on Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology, book reviews, and all this. And here's a look. This is one of the ones that had a list of the books that he had to review. And some of the ones that we saw in the apartment were on this list, right? That could justify having those books. Oh, here's a better image of it. The purpose of this assignment is to expose you to academic journal articles and to show you want the WSU faculty are doing why are not preparing for class grading your papers. What? Hold on. Blow it up, girl, so you can see. Each student will select an article written by a faculty member of the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology and write a review. You must also obtain approval of your article selection from me. Each student must select a different article. An article review paper is student summary and analysis of journal article. The purpose of this assignment is to expose you to the academic journal articles and to show you want the WSU faculty are you they word this crazy, are doing when they are not preparing for class or grading papers. As with the reaction papers, you are expected to go beyond mere description and provide analysis of the article. Your paper should be no longer than 5 pages. This paper is worth 100 points. And then they redact some information there, the book review paper and all of it. And then they give you the articles, I guess, to choose from. List of books available for review. Punishment without crime, how our massive misdemeanor system. Huh. Misdemeanors are still a crime. Low level, but crime. Anyway, it goes through how they're going to evaluate the paper and give the results. And they're still talking about the big old pandemic. I have to stop every second or two, or I swear I'll get motion sickness. And if I use the other button, and I'll go way past where I want to be. Okay, I have no control. This is his official election mail. Lord. Did he identify as a Republican or a Democrat, or was he an independent? It damn well don't matter to me. Okay, so now we are moving into some receipt territory. We have a receipt for Target. This is the Fire TV for $54.99 and the laundry cleaning and closet. Well, we saw he liked to have his Downy, but yeah, this is when he bought the Fire Stick. What was the date on this? 7/4. So right when he moved there. Got to have some TV. And there's an image of the Fire Stick. He still had the box. Fabric care. Do you need fabric care for all your little white button downs, blue and black? Well, you do need to wash those black ones in yeah, never mind. If you want to retain that color. Okay, so inside of the entertainment center, official ballot material there on that envelope. Just some random shit he had thrown in the entertainment center. I don't know if this unit was there already or if that was a purchase he made when he came down as well. Okay. You with us, Joe?
I'm here.
So this was his examination schedule from WSU, outlining that, and deadlines for doctoral degrees, information about that. In one of these photos, it's not this one. Let's see. Again, with more of the information from WSU. And same thing there. And before they went into his apartment, they already knew who he was, and they knew that he was a student. See, there's the other image, Joe, I was telling you about on the spiral notebook. Whoops, shit. See, I can't use that button. Things get crazy. Oh, no. I knew better.
Oh shit, we're all the way up at the top
I
again.
knew better. And all upside down, making me dizzy and crap. I'm just trying not to look at it as I hustle through it. Like I don't even want to touch that little crazy
I can't either. I gotta like
Y'all
close my eyes.
y'all close your eyes. I'll tell you when. I'll say when. I'm scared to use that little button. I'll like zoom down at the bottom of the page, and I'm like, damn it, man.
Oh no, I looked. I almost got sick.
Oh, like it's
Don't
really
peek. Don't peek, people.
The
Don't
struggle's
peek.
real. Don't peek. Y'all barely get that one eye open. Is she done yet? Damn it, Salty. We knew she couldn't touch that button. Gosh, Lee. That's like me and this morning. I slept in and finally I got up and made coffee. I was like, you know what? I'm just going live at 10 a.m. because that clock and calendar done got on my nerves.
Oh, good Lord, J. Ray. We're not going political. We're not discussing politics
Oh
at
God,
all.
no. I
But
was just being funny.
libertarian, that cracks me up.
Oh God, I don't have the chat pulled up. Hang on a minute. I got myself all discombobulated. I'm almost there. Y'all can almost open your eyes. Um, okay. We are back where we needed to be.
Okay,
Wow.
hold on.
Phew.
J. Ray
Okay.
said libertarian and a laundry basket. Like, do those go in the same like covered area? Like, if
I
you're a
don't know.
libertarian,
Do
I
do
would
they
rather
not
be.
do their
Yeah.
laundry or something? I don't know. Um,
The
oh,
like the
okay.
I'm pretty sure those two comments are completely separate, but putting them together is gold. That's comedy gold. Libertarian and laundry basket.
That's crazy. You guys. Um, all right, let me pull up the chat here. Butterfly sent me an interesting link about something, a case we've all been following. Sounds like they're still trying to get us to believe there's no serial killer lurking around that Ladybird Lake. All right.
Oh,
Um,
whoa, what? Ladybird Lake?
yeah,
No.
I'll link you.
Oh shit.
An article she found or a story.
You
The
know,
relevant information.
I now have a body cam with night vision. So
Now, after
now,
the possible
right.
missing lady situation, okay? All right.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah. Yeah. All right. So now, remember, we saw earlier that one said the dates are different, right, Joe? The first one said Brian C. Kohberger, and it had the date of July something another 2022, and it was torn off the notebook laying in the drawer. Here you have it again, but different date. No, it just says Brian Kohberger instead of Brian C. Kohberger, and again with some redacted information. I don't know if he had more details about himself written down there or
Why
why are
would you
these.
randomly four
Yeah,
weeks apart? So the last one was like July 20th or 22nd, I think. Why would you randomly write down the date and your name? And I believe that's probably going to be his phone number, maybe, or his email address, probably his phone number.
yeah,
That's redacted. Why would you do that exactly 4 weeks apart? Why would you do that? What's the cause? What's the
and
purpose?
yeah, and why did you write it at all, with dates attached in this whatever the information was that was redacted? It's weird, to say the least, so I don't know. And why is one sheet torn out and placed in a drawer, and the other one is still attached to the spiral notebook? It's crazy to try to figure out somebody's reasoning for doing certain things. Again, it's just a different image of it there. And you can see through the page there 8080. And then here, Joe, 8/17/2022. Now, were these supposed to be in the notebook and every day there's a new date and he's just like flipping pages? And okay, today I'm Brian Kohberger and the date is 8/17/2022. For those of you who may be confused at college, I don't buy that. That it's like a place card for the desk. I don't know. This is so random and weird. Guys, what do you guys think was birth date, name, maybe phone number?
Why
Yeah.
would you write down on a piece of spiral notebook paper
And what is that?
the day and your name and take a picture? Why would you do that?
Well, he's not taking the picture, the cops are. Remember
Oh
that.
no. Okay.
But why are
Uh,
you writing this stuff down to begin
right.
with? And so I'm looking through that paper, guys. That's what I was trying to do. So this is the cops taking the pictures, but still, and underneath
Okay, these are law enforcement evidence pictures
yeah,
of his notebook.
I just found the
What is
redaction. Hold on. I
what is
gotta,
going on with his notebook?
That's a tag number. Or no, hang on. That is 08
That's August.
018 2022 5XFG or 5XF5.
Oh,
What is that?
oh
Can you
shit.
see it any better than I can?
Oh shit. 5KF8.
It's an
I can't.
X.
5X.
5XF.
5XF8
Let me
or
try to see.
6. That's a 6. 5XF6. I can't read the last two. I can't
It's,
get
yeah,
those.
the last two are hard to make out, and I'll zoom back out again. Okay, let's try that. If you guys, I don't know how well you guys can see this. Why is it going in instead of out? Okay. First of all, there's super far in. Oops.
So Washington license plates have 7 digits, and it's usually alpha, 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 number.
So this starting with a 5 wouldn't be
That
right.
may be his
Yeah, he
Pennsylvania
started.
plate.
Okay, yeah, because he started with Pennsylvania plates, right? And then after his birthday, he transferred over to the Washington plates. So I don't know
Right.
if that's it's a tag number or not. But why would you have that with the different? Oh, I wonder if these dates coincide with some of his tickets. But why would you write it on a piece of paper like that? And it's not even turned regular like you're writing on the lines. You got it turned
Supposedly,
sideways.
supposedly his Pennsylvania plates were that way too. So that
Did he
that
need to tear
that
that out?
doesn't make sense.
Was he tearing this out and leaving it in the windshield every day? Look, this is my homemade parking pass. Here's the parking pass number. Today's date, Brian Kohberger, and here's my pass number. And here it's in my dad. I don't know. I'm trying to give him. I'm trying to come up with reasons why. I can't think of any good ones. See, whatever was redacted right there, Joe. Wouldn't you think that's what we could see through the paper here?
Yeah.
Right, guys. What do you guys think? Did we find the redaction? All right. I'm gonna have to go grab a Coca-Cola.
And we're going to have to ask AI to help us out.
I don't know. I do not ask AI for stuff. That
But
AI.
AI, so I'm completely torn on AI
Mhm.
because it's equally evil and equally good.
Equally, I'm not so sure about. Um, I'm down with the real, and I don't trust who fed AI its information to give me information. How do I trust that person? So many questions, you guys don't follow.
It's like the movie Enemy of the State with Gene Hackman and Will Smith.
I don't trust the
Who,
person making the AI to give me the right
right? Who are
information.
the watchers of the
Right.
watchers of the watchers?
Y'all go on and trust them people if y'all want with your life. I do not. I don't even make AI Kohberger stuff. That's weird. I got enough real stuff I can go make fun of, but y'all do you with your AI. It's fun, right? A pattern that, hey, if I can't take the time to sit down and write down what the people are saying, I'll let AI figure out what they're saying. I don't know. And half the time they get the word wrong. A pattern that emerges that this is what Kohberger wrote in the book here. A pattern that emerges was that in general, members of our cohort liked activities that. Is this his handwriting, though? Well, neater than usual. Members of our cohort liked activities that involved the outdoors as well as discussing topics, though not explicitly stated, and instead implicity communicator confront members enjoyed communicating their thoughts and perspectives. Further, it seemed that others' interests seemed to coincide in a manner that suggests influence something. One person stated their love for nature, and others followed along. Oh, influencing the room. Concrete information, activity, and he gives a little guideline here. Concrete information, activities, and plainly state. Um, detailed
Uncommon reporter interest. Is that what it says at the bottom? Uncommon
uncommon
reporter.
reported interest.
That almost looks like rebooted, but I don't think
Rebooted.
that's rebooted.
Yeah. And it's not
Uh,
reposted. Is it reported? Is it, let's see, repeated?
okay, there you go. Uncommon repeated interests.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Breaking down his analysis there. Crime, profit, reactive
He
aggression.
almost writes like a left-handed person, but I guarantee you, as a left-handed person myself, he's not left-handed. I'll tell you that now. He's not left-handed.
I could show you a handwriting sample and you would never guess in a million years I was a left-handed person. Never in a million years. And I noticed all through school, why are they all writing like that? Why are they holding their pens like that? Why? Because I did not. And my handwriting is completely different than most left-handed people I've ever seen. And I hold my pen different. And
I said that. I said
and
that the other
thanks
day
to
I was on a live, and there was somebody in one of the big trials. He was one of the defendants or one of the attorneys. I can't remember who it was. That was holding his pen like a claw, like he had his hand completely curled around the top of the pen
that's how
as a
most of them
left-handed
do it.
person. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong
You
with
don't do
that
that?
guy?
You don't
No,
claw
I
and
don't do
enter.
that.
Yeah, a
No.
lot of them do, right? And so if you don't do that and you're left-handed and you're sitting at the desk, people are gonna walk by on the way to the pencil sharpener and bump your elbow every time. If I'm at the dinner table with you and I got multiple siblings, I have to be on the edge, so when I take my bite, I don't pop you with my elbow because it's coming out each time. Pop, pop, there it is. I gotta eat, dude. Come on, calm down. But yeah, my handwriting
and
is
when
different than most left-handed people.
and when we go sit down at a restaurant, we have to take the chair on the left side of the table, whether
That's
it's
what I'm
the
saying. Yeah, on the edge because you will pop
yes.
everybody. If I can't be in the middle. You'll be going ow all through dinner. Like, sorry, could you scoot over just a tad? Just a little bit. You're all up in my left-handed space trying to eat here.
Oh,
So,
I knew Rachel was a lefty. I knew it. I knew Rachel was
uh-oh,
a lefty. Yeah. She's one of us.
we're the only
Hi,
ones in our
Rachel.
right mind. Literally, the right side of our brain controls the left side of our body, so we're the only ones in our right mind. And I would have been burned at the stakes for being a witch, and who's to say they weren't wrong? Okay, I
All
embrace
right,
my
J Ray.
heritage.
J Ray holds the pen between the middle finger and ring finger.
What?
I use four fingers. I
How?
literally use my thumb and my index finger and my middle finger and my ring finger when I write with a pen. Like the
What are
pen
y'all
is in
talking
between them.
about? What does your ring finger got to do with it? It's not even touching my ink pen. It's not even a
It,
thought.
it is mine. All four fingers. The only thing that's not involved is
What?
the pinky finger. I got to hold that out like I'm sipping
I
tea in
Nuh-uh.
England with a queen.
I
Yes.
got a pen in my hand and I am trying to mimic what you guys are doing, and I'm like, I no, that don't even feel normal. I, I need to take a picture of how I hold my pen. It's
I
normal.
do too. I do
I
too.
just
Like I want to turn on my camera right now so I can show you how I write.
Salty finally reveals herself to prove a point. Hey, it's bound to happen. Profit, uh, reactive aggression, lack of respect. Uh, I want to say it says authority, but I might be projecting. Is it it's not authenticity? What is that?
For contensity? What?
Contently, contents. We don't know, guys. SES or SE something mobility, power, corrections. Why is that underlined? Permanent label.
Quartz underlined.
Yep, court is underlined. Let me back. Never mind. I'm
He
not.
has he
I'm not
this
going to
guy
say
this
what I was
guy
going to say.
this
I'm not-
guy has some things going through his head like we need to
Well,
examine for society's sake because he is not, and I
not
hesitate to
your
use
average
the
criminology student, is he?
yes, no, he's not. Okay, thank you. I was going to say the word normal, but I'm not normal. So if I say he's not normal and I'm not
We have
normal,
to be careful with that word.
yes,
I'm not
yeah,
normal. Fuck. Um. Yeah, but I get what you're saying. But then, a lot of this too, it's a given what he studied, but what he latched onto in those studies tells me a lot. Even when the chief was talking about hiring Kohberger, it was, and then we also saw it in one of the documents, the way the professor talked about Kohberger, is the type of research that he liked and where he lacked, where his focus was lacking, where it should have been more, right? So the things that stuck out to him the most are things I'm observing about him now as a criminology slash criminal justice student. Because I know a lot of this is going to be normal stuff to write on paper. You're studying it, but I'm honing in on the types of things you felt were more important than others, right? And courts are underlined, Joe, like you said, and corrections over here. Why underline certain things? Protect you. Um, I can't tell what that word even says. Favors wealthy defendant. Oh, here we go. Courts is underlined, and then here's a list of what the courts do, Joe. I said we did. I had that all backwards. Okay. Okay. So the crime would be profit, reactive aggression, lack of respect, mobility, power, and then corrections would be permanent label, the whatever that word is, manipulation,
buck asses. I think that word is buck asses.
buck asses, buck ass shit. Okay. Oh, right. And then over here, courts will be judgment, punishment, overburden, favors a wealthy defendant, um, whatever that was,
Assurances. I think that may be
assuring
assurances.
something. Is this protect you? Is that protect?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about protecting you. Uh, and then polk.
Poiki.
I don't even know what that would pertain to. What the hell polk was?
Warrior enforcers.
Mm,
Tribalization. Under
under
trained.
under
Undertrained.
investigate.
In okay, there you go. Yeah, investigative. Thank
Is
you.
it investigative? You think?
Yes.
So that's
Investigate
with it.
warrior enforcers.
Police. That doesn't say poke, Joe. It says fucking police. Jesus. Y'all must think we are. They're like, damn it, these two is crazy. We're just gonna let them. We'll let them be. Y'all
They're
so
like
stupid.
Joe's smoking some crack over there. He can't read that police.
We got Salty and Joe, and they don't know what the hell's going on about poke. Why are we watching these fools? Y'all think y'all
This is like okay, so this to me is kind of like a manifesto. So he didn't
yes.
write a manifesto, but he wrote a lot of college papers that give us insight into his mind, and I know that's your jam. I know you love that. Like figuring out what was going on in his mind.
Student survival guide. Stay away from the freaky guy as best you can and lock your doors. Lordy, lordy. And then you can see the envelope behind this flyer, booklet, whatever. See the hearts on the envelope? There's two separate envelopes here. So one had mom's card and one had a sister's card in it. And we'll see other images of the envelopes eventually. And there was a receipt sticking out of this. No, this was his medication because you can see it says take one tablet by mouth every morning on an empty stomach. And there's another piece of paper going to be in here about that. And it came from WSU Student Services, like for their medical or whatever. And it's going to be redacted, so you can't see the name of the medication. But it also warns against taking that medication with grapefruit. My mind went to a certain class of medications immediately that I know you cannot take grapefruit with. Firefly is a nurse. She come in and we talked about it for a long time too, and they'd already been had seen that and was trying to narrow it down. But we don't know what the medication was. If was he already on a medication before getting to Washington, and was it transferred once he got there and set up through WSU? But some of the medications that you cannot take a grapefruit with or grapefruit juice would be like anxiety medications. And 9 times out of 10, if you're prescribed like Xanax for panic attacks, you're also going to get a um, antidepressant along with it. But we only see one receipt for one medication. So I don't know. Was it an antibiotic? Right? Did he have a cold? Did he have sinus issue? Was it? We don't know what the medication was.
I think like blood glucose medicines may also interfere with
Right.
grapefruit. Like it
Well,
could be insulin, but he doesn't seem, and we don't know just judging from the outside looking in,
right.
like he
Because
was diabetic, right?
right, and you're right, because when we were looking at it, Dolphin also found a group of meds like the high blood pressure meds, sometimes a cholesterol med, the different there's a whole gamut of prescriptions that could have an interaction with the grapefruit. So it's hard to pinpoint, what the guy was taking and when it actually got prescribed. But you can see it got prescribed. This particular prescription was at WSU Cougar Health. All this was all redacted. Take this medication on an empty stomach, preferably a half hour before breakfast. Take it with a full glass of water, the standard information there. Take this medication at least 4 hours before taking antacids, iron, water, mineral supplements. Because a lot of times, if you take antacids and these types of medications, there's a super high absorbency rate. If you take other meds, like your blood pressure med, along with this, it's going to absorb all your blood pressure medication, right? Versus it getting into your system and doing its job. So there was just the instructions, and the don't take with grapefruit. So we don't know exactly what he was being prescribed. And I don't know if we will ever know because of HIPAA, right?
Yeah, kind of like Lori in Phoenix and Maricopa. Like you can't learn anything about this sickness that I claim that I have and I don't have.
Joe, hush it. She was really sick. She
She
needed a
laid
moment.
her head she
Needed
laid
a
her
moment.
head down. She laid her head down on her defense table and she said, "I can't do it."
No,
And I
she needed.
can't.
She just wanted some juice and be left alone.
And for Judge Bresky to come down to her cell and check
Mm.
on her in person.
This is so overwhelming, Judge. Can y'all just let me be for the go ahead, take her back to the cell. Y'all get her some orange juice and some Tylenol, an extra blanket. We're done. Okay.
And then bring us some facts about whether or not she's actually sick.
Yeah, you can't. A viral cold. What are you going to do? There's no bacteria to show up in a test. You got a viral cold, honey. Welcome to America. So the envelopes that Brian got the cards in, I noticed, the light one here, happy birthday, Brian, and Brian is spelled the regular way. The other envelope, and see, notice the hearts again around it, and there's no return address. So were they just simply laying inside of a box together? This one is the one where she calls him Brian, and your egos here. We got a better image of this further down, but this says, I did not lick it because #COVID. Really? Was that like an inside criminology joke? Don't lick the envelopes, because guess what? DNA become a thing, and I watched Forensic Files, and they're like, we got DNA off the envelope. They licked it. I'm like, oh, hell, I'll never lick another envelope as long as I live. And to this day, I don't, just in case. I did not lick it because #COVID. She don't want to get Brian sick, just in case. See how she spells his name? And then they redacted this. I don't know what. We're assuming, guys. I'm making a big assumption. This was from sister. I don't think it was from dad. From dad, unless he called Brian Brian, and here's your two egos, son: the dinosaur and the Monopoly man.
Yeah, I have nicknames for my son, and they're not that.
Look, I got two boys. You know what their nicknames are? Thing one and thing two.
Oh my gosh, a Dr. Seuss reference. I love it.
That's my thing one and my thing two. Yep. Mm.
And you went to the racetrack with them.
I did on Sunday night. My boys are 15 years apart and they're both my babies. That makes sense. But yeah, I had a baby boy finally after two girls. And then 15 years later, I had to go and have another one. But yeah, I went to the racetrack on Sunday night. Just me and my boys. It was a good time because it's rare for us to get to do that anymore. Now that the 18-year-old's grown and just works and goes to school all the time. And of course, the other one's busy raising his kid and working all the time. So it was a good time. So he had, this is the receipts that were referenced in the search warrant returns. We had a Safeway. Let me back out just a little. I don't even like saying that word when Joe's on panel, but saying that phrase. Let me back out. Okay, so two Safeway receipts and a Walmart, and
Okay,
I hear.
one of the first things I learned when I was a teenager
Uh-oh,
was be a good trucker and back out your load.
pull out. Or, do it always work?
So
Shit.
I have I have
You
I have
drive a
four
straight
son-
line. Can you
I
back?
have
Are you a good backwards driver?
I
I'm
have
pretty
four
good.
sons, so the jury's out still.
Oh God, never mind, Lord. N- Now I'm like, I need to have a
I,
conversation with
I
Joe's
think
ex.
I think I just made you blush. I think I just made you blush.
No, my mind went to, I need to find your ex and get her up here. Joe's like, don't do it. Salty, there's two sides to every story. You should know that. All right, enough of Joe's personal life today. Um, so anyway, some random ass receipt for the Safeway, and he just bought two items there. The Light Life, one for $17, one for 13 on this receipt. And if you scroll over here, though, so this one we got another Safeway, Nature's Path Love, and then in the frozen section, he had to get his food, his signature bowl, and his silk milk. Okay, over here was the Walmart receipt. And in this particular Walmart receipt, we got the K cups. We have more coffee, more decaf coffee in case sometimes the other kind's too much. Um, Shoe, what? It was $6,
Five
whatever it was.
five pairs. So is that something that you slip over your shoe? Maybe 5 pairs of something that amounts to $6. So that's $1.20 a piece. Five
H A
pairs.
A H shoe SPR.
No, that's 5 pairs. 5 pair.
I mean, okay. I had to zoom in. Hey, y'all, somebody break out their Walmart app and enter that SKU number. Check out bag tax. You get a bag tax there. So yeah, AH shoe SPR. Who called me? I missed a phone call. Oh, my sister. All right. Oh, I'm gonna go to the Walmart app and type it in and just see what comes up.
I was in the middle of it, but I'll let you finish yours.
I'm just typing it into the Walmart search, but I don't think it's gonna come up like that, right? Not enough information. It's gonna be. I'm super confused, ma'am. It's telling me to. I don't want to get that. It's a shoe. It showed me shoes, guys. Some Under Armour shoes is what it showed me, but we know that it's $6. No, they're 30 and above at the Walmarts. Hey, wait, can you put in the barcodes at things? Let's see. I'm just wasting my time on whatever this $6 receipts for. Okay, so whatever, guys. He bought something to do with some shoe. We'll figure it out. We'll get to the bottom of that eventually. I think there's a way to scan the barcodes of stuff on the app. Okay, so another of the books, image of the books, Why the Innocent Pled Guilty. I don't know, Kohberger. I'm sure that your supporters are just dying for you to tell them. Is this book about the Texas school shooting? No, no, because it's about sexual victimization of college women. Remember that back in the day that mass shooting? Like it was probably the first one. It was long before Columbine, but the guy was in the tower at the college. Was it Texas? I may be completely wrong, but okay. So what does this one say? So here he gets critiqued quite a bit on this paper. Simon, mass incarceration on trial. Mass incarceration on trial. He probably felt one way about it. They're like, really, dude, your view's kind of messed up. Security and healthcare failure. Let's see, what did he wrote? He wrote, what did the 3-judge federal court rule in Coleman versus Schwarzenegger? Case regarding the quantitative and qualitative uses S terms, whatever, features of California's incarceration practices. How did this ruling and the U.S. Supreme Court affirmation of it represent a department of previous judicial branch attitudes toward corrections? Which U.S. Supreme Court justice dissent represented common sense approach to the policy?
This is one of the most critiqued papers that we have seen yet
Yeah,
from
that's
all
what
of the papers.
Yeah, that was what got my interest as well, Joe. And then if you notice here, this one says not a public safety danger. And then Alito, 46,000 concern, dignity. Yeah, it's like every little portion of it, there's something written about it, right? Racism, baby. Intro.
So,
What is
okay,
Simon,
so
Mississippi,
if
and
you
how?
were so if you were really an intelligent criminal and you were trying to study to commit the perfect crime, which people have speculated about Brian Kohberger, which is why he was studying what he was studying, would you not take these critiques and take them to heart and be like, oh, okay, I could get better at committing the perfect crime? Or are you such a narcissist that you take offense at every single one of these critique statements?
Well, I think it would matter or make a difference if they were critiquing his crime scene work. Because the crime scene and what I'm going to leave behind or not leave behind is very different than this mentality behind this particular type of study. So I don't, is this going to help him get better at his craft that he's trying to perfect? Or is this going to help him get better at understanding people like him? And that's a lot of what this is about. And there's two different sides to the studies that he was doing, to the studies that he was trying to achieve. You got your criminology aspect, and then you got your criminal justice aspect, and they're two very different studies, and they overlap in some ways. So that's why it's always super interesting to me to see what they critique and how he takes it and perceives it. And you would think, though, Joe, you're right, he would take it and use it. But that part of him that's the smartest guy in the room with my big words, how could I be wrong? And you're a girl analyzing my paper, you're the one wrong, right? So part of him absolutely feels he's going to be right no matter what. But you'd think he'd want to take the critique and go, okay, maybe I should do that differently. But he couldn't even figure out how to be more like Bundy, How do I get my victim in this car without making a scene? You go talk to her and you be nice to her and you ask her on a date. Oh, let me go try that. Oh, that shit didn't work. She ghosted me. Right? She ran away the minute I spoke. I don't know. So
So
I
these
don't
are
know.
good
I'm still trying to
questions.
figure him out, Joe. I'm still trying to figure
Yeah.
him out too.
Well, we're having good questions in chat, and
Mm.
I'm trying to figure it out too. So these are questions, and they honestly look like test questions. So where are Brian Kohberger's answers to these questions if they are test questions? Are these Brian Kohberger's answers,
No.
or did he provide answers on a separate paper and these are
Yeah, it's well, right
responses
now
to
we
his
can't tell.
answers?
Yeah, we can't. So this right now, the handwriting you guys see on the paper is absolutely by it appears to be a female because of the handwriting. That's not Kohberger's handwriting. The typed information is Kohberger's work. I don't know if it was a test, Joe, or a paper he was assigned that he had to turn in. Either way, anytime you see us looking at one of these documents and you see all the handwritten notes, that's written by somebody other than Kohberger, and they're critiquing what he did write, either on the paper or the test scores or however. But I don't know what his responses to any of it were, Joe. In documents, I haven't seen like side by sides of that. So this could have been an assignment,
It seems like
right?
it, yeah. Like it
It,
seems like he was given an assignment and he's
yeah,
like, okay, come up with some test questions based on these cases and these particular situations. And
yeah.
then he was graded or evaluated on his questions to those particular situations and cases.
Exactly. Right. So this is again, like I said, guys, if you see that the typed writing is Brian Kohberger's work, and then anything written out like this is going to be the critique of that work. And I just assume my opinion is it's a woman because of the handwriting, but that doesn't mean anything, and I know that. So that's just an assumption. But
Right. And
yeah.
keep in mind that he was a PhD TA.
Right. Who are you to
So
critique me? Right?
well, not just that, but he's also
So
having to come up with exam questions for his students because
exactly.
he does have students that he's responsible for and
And
responsible for creating questions for.
I can't remember if I've saw this in some of the documents or whatnot, but who's actually critiquing these papers? Is it the professors themselves or is it other TAs assigned to? Because Brian can't grade his own work, right? That should not be allowed. So somebody's got to grade the TA's work in his PhD program. Who was that? Who was responsible for those critiques? Were these uh, critiques written out by one of the professors? You know, all the documents that we see this done to. So that's what I wonder as well. Is this coming from a peer? Or are they coming from one of the professors? Because he had an issue with all of them. Anytime you wrote anything derogatory or didn't agree, we got a problem now, right? Let me go grab a Coca-Cola, guys. I had enough coffee and I need something to drink. Oh, it's already 2 o'clock, guys. We're not going to finish these today by any means. We're not, and
There's no way.
I didn't want to, but every time I get Joe up here, y'all know we're going to stop and we're going to have some conversations. That's just what we do around here. We don't call it coffee and crime conversations for nothing. We don't. I'll be right back because we're not going to be on much longer, and we'll finish this up maybe tomorrow, guys. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, J Ray, I don't take the handwriting as critique. Let me look at that. Just as a former college student, not a current college student, and it has been a very, very, very long time since I was a college student. Rate explode quantitative and qualitative differentiation. Wow, that's deep. I don't think she's answering the questions. I think when you have a comment, I'm just taking the very first one on question 7 to 9 or whatever it is, and she underlines use 5 terms, use 5's term, use 5's term. That's weird. um, with a purple arrow up to quantitative and qualitative responses, rate explosion for quantitative and security and healthcare failure for qualitative. That does not seem like an answer to the question that he's asking in these questions, like in these exam questions. And I could be very, very wrong. And I'm open to suggestion for other opinions. And then we get to the question mark at the end of that that says, how did this ruling and the U.S. Supreme Court's affirmation of it present a departure from previous judicial branch attitudes toward corrections? And that almost is actually an answer, not a public, yes, public, not pubic, not a public safety danger.
Jude. Um, so you're reading from this, right?
Yeah, I just started at the top and I was
Oh,
like
you're
going
good.
down and I was like trying to respond to J Ray because that's a really relevant point. Like, was the person who is reviewing this actually answering his questions like they're taking the test, or are they giving him feedback on the quality of his
Well,
test?
on this particular one, I don't know yet. We just started, but on the other ones, you can tell they were giving critique on what he had written. They're all different, right? All the documents, if you, because we read some earlier, your use of flowery language, that kind of critique. So this one, I don't know if it's that type or like you just said, like y'all were saying, are they answering questions he was posing? But if you read it, let's see.
Not a
So
a
go ahead.
public safety danger, not a public safety
Uh-huh.
danger. And I only got like 2/3 of the way through the first question while you were
Okay.
gone. So there's so much more to ask and answer, and it's
Yeah.
all good. We don't need to do it right now.
Well, see, she's like chapter 1 with these little arrows intro. What is the key moral lesson Simon argues has emerged from Brown versus Plata case? How does Simon relate to the how does Simon relate this considerations of mass incarceration and race? Question mark. And then what race plus health equals together. So that could be an answer to the question, right? If that's the way it's presented. 17 through 19, what is Simon's Mississippi analogy? And then she has an arrow and it says racism, baby. What is the difference between mass incarceration and total incarceration? And what does she have? Rationale. So on this particular one, it appears it could be answering the questions he posed.
It does. It does.
Um,
It looks a little bit like back that, but like question 7 to 9, quantitative versus qualitative
yeah,
doesn't feel like that's an answer to his
exactly.
questions.
I
So
think she's
um,
maybe, it could be some like worded this way or maybe presented. I don't know. It's hard to tell. That one just is an X. What does Simon mean by the role of stories in the public perception of criminals? And what particular stories dominated the era of total incarceration? Told in court, stories. See where it says stories, then her arrow says told in court, also shapes common sense. And then here she has an arrow with the word homeowners written. Hmm. Well. What new age of criminal? You mean Brian Kohberger? What new image? I said new age. What new image? And then she writes serial killer. What new image of criminal further integrated itself into the common sense of popular perceptions? How did the Furman ruling potentially affect this? And that's crossed out, whatever. So yeah, this hard to tell what particular California law exemplifies the total incarceration in the street three. They have the 3 strike law in there, out there. Anyway, so this one, kind of the same stuff. It's continued from that first page.
Wait.
Oh,
Go back up. Go back up. Go back up. Did his ego have a problem with red X, red X, red X, red X? She put 4 red X's in a row.
in a row. So,
Like, did his ego have a problem with that?
mm-hmm.
Was he such a narcissist that he couldn't handle that type of critique?
Right. You go from this blue ink to now you're red in me. Come on. It look back in the day, if you got the red mark on your paper, you knew. Oh boy. Hope Mama don't see that one.
Right? I literally got sat down by my parents if I had a single B on my report card.
No, that's
Yes.
undue pressure. Like, baby, you got a B. I think you can do a little better. That's really good. I bet where can we improve? That's yeah. I always hated it for my friends who got in trouble for B's. I could see the stress on these kids knowing they were going home with a freaking B. Are you kidding me? You want to switch? No, that was my sister's line. Can we switch? Hell no, girl. I know what's on yours. I ain't switching. I had to work hard for this one. Yeah. There's a picture of the envelope with Brian, and look, it's not redacted right there either. But we can't see it. Does that say Amanda or Melissa? Or maybe it's a long lost girlfriend from back home that mother's like, honey, would you like to write Brian a birthday card? I'll send it with mine. What did mommy send? Okay. This is what mother sent to Brian. A son leaves your home, but never your heart. He discovers his own happiness, which in turn becomes yours. I can't almost say that with a straight face. Like, I don't know why I feel the urge to laugh. Is it nervous energy? Or is it lady, come on? I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to feel. And then she had to go and ruin it by putting the damn dragonfly on the front. Get out of my dragonflies. All right. I'll have a swarm in my yard this afternoon. There's the big dinosaur. Don't you think it's odd to write that on the card about your 2 egos? Y'all, Joe.
I cannot discern what that means, but I can discern the fact that it is not normal to put that on a card that you send to your brother or whoever it is.
Right.
That's not normal.
It shows that there's 2 sides to this guy. The intellectual and the monster.
If somebody sent that to me, I would be seeking counseling tomorrow.
Why you send me this card, right? What's going on here? Do I need to check myself? Tell me how you really feel. Yeah, guys, both of your egos. You're a dino and a professor. Dino knight or dino attacker, sharpened teeth.
That's deep. That is honestly, that's deep. Like that shows something very, very deep into something that was close to him, that knew something about his psyche.
Exactly. This jumped out at me the second I'm like, what they write there? And I read it, I was like, whoa, both of your egos. What a peculiar thing to write. And what a peculiar card to choose with these 2 people. Well, the dinosaur and the Monopoly man. But it shows insight to me. He will forever be the Monopoly man. I don't care. We make up names around here and we make up words and names. Yeah, it's interesting to me, Joe. Shows two parallels there. Well, there are times he could just absolutely be like, the dream brother, son, intellectual, gonna make a name for the family, or that monster coming out. Did they ever know what Kohberger they were going to get that morning? Which bribe are we getting today? Dino Man or Monopoly Man? Hmm. Okay, that we are stopping on picture 512, guys. Joe, did you plan to do anything tomorrow live? You're taking out of here Thursday.
I really, really do need to do an update on London Valdez. It's going to take a lot of work. So I can't promise that it will be ready to go tomorrow afternoon, but I hope it will because we want to look at the map layout. Like I want to bring up Google Earth and I want to show everybody the pinpoint locations of where the SUV was found and where she was found, or where the SUV was hung up and where she was found, and where her clothes were found and where her shoes were found, which were not all in the same place at all. Um, I can't promise it, but I hope for it. How's that?
That sounds good. We'll see what you end up doing. I'll go live in the morning to wrap up these photos, and then we can be done for whenever you want to go live, so we can be available for that as well if you decide to do that. And if not, we'll just look forward to your reporting from the road while you're out there at Crime Con having a
Oh
good
yeah,
time.
anybody who is a member, like if you have subscribed and you have a membership, I will be doing a members only video from the Indianapolis International Airport Thursday morning at like freaking 5 in the morning. I'll be like, this
Oh
sucks,
goodness.
and y'all can check out how much it sucks at the Indianapolis International Airport at 5 o'clock in the morning. None of the restaurants are open. None of the bars are open. You can't get a mimosa. You can't get a coffee. You can't get jack shit at 5 o'clock in the morning at the Indianapolis International Airport. So I'll share all that wonderful misery with you, but it will be exciting because I'm going to CrimeCon.
How long are you going to be gone? How long you?
Okay, so CrimeCon is Thursday. There is a meet and greet Thursday night, like 5 to 7, and this is I think Mountain Time, the Colorado time. So that would be add +2, so 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock Eastern time, 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock Central time. There's a meet and greet, and if I have a chance to go live, I absolutely will. But I think they're going to shut it down. I don't think they're going to let me like open up my camera and or open up my phone and go live. But I'll do it before I get there. I'll do it after I leave. Thursday night, Friday has some events, Saturday has some events, Sunday has some events, and then I fly back on Sunday afternoon.
Okay. Well, you have a jam-packed time, I'm sure. Lots to do. Lots to do. Um, and we'll look forward to see what you've got going on. All right, guys, before we go, let's take a look at what this so Paramount Plus, like I said, this is the CW. They've been doing true crime series over there, and it started about over a year ago. Like I said, the first one they did was Delphi. Then the second one was the Kohberger Idaho 4 case, and I guess they're going to do another one. So let's watch the trailer for this. So that's season 1, episode 1. Holy shit, it's some of that dramatic stuff Ann Taylor talked about. Showing him stepping out of the shower, the crispy clean bathtub. Oh,
So if that's the case, why did Brian Kohberger plead out to a deal? Like if this is all drama and this is all like made up by TV, why did they plead out? Why did she talk him into pleading out?
because he's secretly an FBI informant and stumbled across, and they're just scared to tell the world he's an FBI informant because
Shit.
they might unalive him.
I can't believe you went there.
We'll get the vent people on it. I'm going there.
Oh.
Police have made
Come at me, supporters. I don't even like that word they used to. whatever. I don't like that word, never have liked it. I think it's stupid. Pro burgers is a stupid high school word to me, and I don't like using it, but everybody uses it. So I'm like, they'll know what I'm talking about. But now I'm just like, no, supporters.
Zero arrest.
We want justice.
I'm not giving them their 15 sleuths coming soon to a screen near you. This time I wonder if they'll have WSU mom Kim back again. Kim, where you at, hun?
Come on, girl. What
Come on, girl.
we welcome
I
you with
still,
open
I
arms.
still
Come on.
got that episode, Kim. I was watching it the night it aired. We knew you were going to be on there, ma'am.
That's
Anyway,
like Jose Menjares and London Valdez dropped some comments in the video yesterday afternoon. He's one of the last two men to be known to have been seen with London on June 7th. He dropped comments in there professing his innocence. So I have told him that he is welcome to come up and profess his innocence in public. It's probably not going to happen. I don't think he has the balls to do it, but it's the same thing, though. It's like, come on up.
well, if he's got the balls to show up in your chat and say it, I don't see why he wouldn't or why he shouldn't. I honestly have mixed feelings about somebody who wants to put themselves out there like that. I don't know if the guy's involved or not, but at this point, because I don't know, because of the way social media tends to treat people, or could we do it fairly? I could give you the floor for a moment, let you say your piece. Then I may have questions for you that you may not like, but I'm going to let you come tell me your story and tell me whether I believe it or not. I'm going to let you say it. So there's
I
always
am.
that.
Yes, I am. And Jose will have that opportunity. And then I will have the opportunity to present the protection order application from his ex-girlfriend, where his ex-girlfriend's sister filed the protection order application that said he tried to drag his girlfriend out of the house against her will. So you share what you have, Jose. You share what you have. I'll share what I have, and then we'll talk about
coming in hot on Jose.
how it applies to London, because
Well,
there's a history there, and him coming on in the comments and professing his innocence, I am 100% okay with. You come in there and you say what you have to say, but if you have the balls to say it in public, then let's have a little chat. Let's me and you have a little chat, Jose.
okay. Well, Jose, balls in your court, buddy. Do it on Joe's show, though. Teasing.
Are you distancing yourself from this?
Look,
Oh my gosh.
I am the girl. I'm your girl if y'all want to deep dive and jump in. But where I draw the line is getting my name mixed up in a court document somewhere. No, thank you. I'll take five now. I'm sitting down a moment, right, Delphi? Yeah, Idaho. Yeah, buddy. Lesson learned. I'm not in nobody's court documents, unlike a few of these YouTubers that are. Look at me. I'm in the court documents.
I do not want to be in the court documents, but I do want to find justice for London, and I will put myself out there for that. I will.
Well, I don't blame you. There's a lot of us that do that every day out here, but I'll let the guy come and talk. I don't know. We only know what we know, and we don't.
He's not going to. He doesn't have the cojones. I'll tell you right now, he does not have the cojones. He'll drop a comment in the comment section, but he doesn't have the cojones to come up live.
How do you know that?
I know it. Because of who he is, because of his history, because of his domestic violence history.
Well, then
he's a coward that likes to prey on weaker people.
Oh, okay. Well,
And
you want him to talk or not?
Well, I'm not saying that he had anything to do with London's death.
I get that.
And most of what I hear, the reports are he actually didn't. There was another person that was probably way more involved in that, and I'm not going to talk about that right now. But if you watch my live, you'll know who that is. But still, if you're going to come on there in my comments and profess your innocence, then come on up. Let's have a little chat.
All right. Let's see. J. Ray, says, to be fair, W.S. Schmuck, Kim wasn't all the way wrong. I don't trust her. Okay. Yeah, there's one thing Kim was right about, that she was always right about, that I've always known she was right about. But she had the facts wrong behind it, right? I feel like Kim's always known, yeah, Snapchat went out before 911 was called. You know why? Because the roommates called the person next door, and by the time they show up and people are still, well, there's something going on, the messages are going out immediately. Kim absolutely knew that fact. Everything else Kim knew, and I know everything Kim has ever said on the YouTube streets. I'd be surprised if she said something somewhere I didn't know about. Kim took every single rumor she heard on the streets from social media, whether it was Facebook or YouTube, and then it became its own little morphed story from there. But yeah, she was never wrong about people knowing before the 911 call, which was
and that's where so you can help me with this, and your community can help me with this. That's where I don't want to go wrong with the London Valdez case, because I don't want to get the facts wrong. I just want to find justice for London. That's it. Like, that's my ultimate goal.
well,
And I have to not get the facts wrong. So we have to investigate the facts, and we have to rely on the law enforcement.
here's two facts right now. I was heard the two guys she was last seen were gone and nowhere to be found, but yet lo and behold, there's one in your chat. Then I'm hearing actually OSBI have my phone. So why do I where's my justification for coming out and saying anything negative about him as far as pointing a finger toward him? I can't at this point, no matter how other people may feel with feelings. Yes, it's huge being one of the last people to see this young girl alive. And yes, I got questions for you. But I don't know how, if I should be looking more at the other person you were talking about and letting this person come and tell me. There's a whole host of ways to go about it, in my opinion.
Well, and it's similar in some regards to Delphi, because the local police departments did not do a good job of investigating, but they wanted to keep the investigation jurisdiction to themselves, and they did. That's almost exactly like Carroll County, like Tobe Lesenby in 2017, like one of our very first press conferences with him and the Indiana State Police was one of the reporters asking them, all of them, this table of two guys from Carroll County and two guys from ISP. The reporter said, "Who's in charge of this investigation?" And Tobe Lesenby reached forward, grabbed the mic figuratively, and said, "We are in charge of the investigation." And that's exactly what happened here in Beaver County, Oklahoma. They took charge of the investigation, and they said, nobody else is going to touch this. They didn't check the phone records. They didn't check the cell logs. They didn't check pings. They didn't do shit for 5 days. They didn't do shit for 5 days.
And I understand all of that. Joe, I got a missing girl here for 12 years. She lived in the city but went missing in a county. So now they're like, oh no, well, this has got it. They got it. I get the inner workings of how all this works. My question goes back to the guy who spoke in chat, one of the last people to see this young girl. I agree the cops did a lot of things, but he says they have his phone. So what did OBSI do with this phone? Where's the other guy's phone? Where's her phone? Those are
supposedly, supposedly they have them all. But okay, so you can answer this question for me based on modern technology and cell phone records. If there's a missing girl that's reported out of Hooker, Oklahoma on June 7th of this year, can they not ping her phone to try and figure out where he is? This isn't 2017. This isn't Abby and Libby. This isn't them finding out that her phone pinged at 5 o'clock in the morning on February 14th after she was supposedly already dead. This is 2025, June 7th of 2025. Can they not ping her phone? Sorry for the dog barking in the background. They cannot ping her phone and find out where her phone is. They know at that point in time that Jose and Braden were the last two people seen with her, so they can't ping their phones and find out where her phone is. At least, at the very least, can they not ping her phone and find out where it's generally located at, like within a half mile? Like if you can ping her phone within a half mile, can you
I
not send
agree
out
with all that.
searchers out there?
Yeah, they can, and they can still do. They can bring in the cast team if they really wanted to. There's a lot they could do. I am not disagreeing that this investigation doesn't seem like it was even done thoroughly. My question's going back to the last two people seen with her. And if this guy's willing to come and talk about that, I'm willing to say, come and talk about that.
Absolutely. Jose,
Without me
Jose,
going
come
and
up and tell
making
me, yes,
accusatory
100%,
accusations
100%.
that I can't back up either way. Just because I
Yep.
don't like the way the cops investigated it, doesn't mean I can say you're the guy. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, when Delphi popped off with that big ass 100-something page Frank's motion, there was a whole lot of names and details in there I never spoke about publicly. Even though it was all right there in a public document, I was very careful about who I spoke about publicly from that document for a multitude of reasons. So I'm just trying to be fair with Jose. Jose could be guilty of sin. I do not know. But in the meantime, what does Jose got to say? And then I'll be the judge if I believe you or not at the end of that conversation, right?
Yeah. Yep. And reports are that honestly, he did not have anything to do with the end of her life. He did have something to do with her running around partying, maybe.
He was
But
present during all of that.
during some of that, probably most of that. But at the very end there, it was the other dude. And I don't know if he's trying to protect Braden or not. But dude, if you come on my channel and you talk about your innocence, let's talk about your innocence. Let's do it.
And
Bring
okay,
it.
I agree with you with that, but the reason I'm trying to remind myself to feel a certain way is because of Idaho 4. There were people who, in the very beginning, the cops didn't investigate it enough. Look at this person. One person's all it took to say, look at that person. And it was on. They ran with it, right? Whatever it was, we're running with it. Now you got a whole town full of innocent people who had fingers still being pointed at them today, simply because they knew somebody, or simply because they were one of the last people seen with certain somebody. That's where I'm coming from, that to be cautious but open at the same time to all possibilities, because I don't want to be responsible for ruining somebody's life who absolutely did nothing wrong. I'm not saying he didn't do anything wrong either. You know what I'm saying, Joe? I'm not, because I don't know. But is
Yeah,
there
and you know what? That's a really good point though, and that's actually a key point.
yeah.
Because neither one of these guys, Jose or Braden, has been brought in for questioning to either a local sheriff's office, a local police department, or the OSBI. None of them have come in to a police department to be interviewed about their involvement or lack of involvement in the
Wait a
case.
minute. They had to have come in and talked to them at some point.
No,
They got their
no,
phone.
they did not. Nope.
Then
No,
how did
they did
get?
not.
Okay, so how do we know that they got his phone other than him saying that in the chat? How did they get that phone?
Because OSBI Officer Beck, and remember that name because we're going to talk about it more in the coming days and weeks. He said that he confiscated their phones and they're being investigated. And he said that he went to their homes with their mothers or parents with them to interview them.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't bring them in. They're both adults. Braden is 19 and Jose is 20. They did not bring them into the law enforcement office to interview them.
Okay,
They
but they
went,
did go into their and meet with them, and
yes,
they
yes,
did talk to them at some point.
yes, they did.
Alright, that's what I
Officer,
was wondering. What do you mean
yes,
they didn't talk
they,
to them at all? They had to have if they got somebody's phone, unless they just secretly went and got a warrant and got their phone records, which that's a problem for me, but
no,
anyway.
they didn't. No, they did. They did talk to them individually at their own individual residences, according to what the family tells me.
Okay, cool. Well, we got a lot more to unpack there, and we'll see if Joe ends up going live tomorrow with some follow-ups on the case. I'll be back in the morning, guys. We don't have a ton of more photos to go through. There'll be a few other things we talk about as well. And we'll wrap up that show after that tomorrow. And then we'll look forward to Joe's living through Joe while he goes and runs amok at Crime Con. Miss Woozy, you're responsible for Joe. You let me know if you really don't want that. She's like, ladies, come on. Don't make me
He's out of control. He's out of control. Don't make me be responsible for that.
I'll get a text from Miss Woozy. I'm done with this one. I can't look. She'll send me some videos of him acting a fool. Some of the reports released by MPD ISP don't exactly help build confidence in some people not being worthy of suspicion. I get that. We still hadn't finished even unpacking all the ISP documents. But the thing about the documents and looking at what all they did look at tells me they were looking at a lot of individuals, and they were taking in every lead and every coulda, woulda, shouldas, right? They were looking at a lot of things, and they were coming up empty-handed because the guy's chilling across the state line over there in that little white car that they find and decide it's irrelevant because the date's wrong, the year, whatever was happening over there. We tried to unpack that whole situation here. All right. Woozy says, do you really want me to be responsible for him? Who's going to be responsible for her then? Right. Oh, my God. We're asking a lot. I need Joe to keep an eye on Woozy, Woozy to keep an eye on Joe, and this is not going to work out correctly, is it? Lord. Okay, we need to get a real GoFundMe set up for these two. Y'all gonna leave your DNA with us as well in case y'all go missing and don't get caught up in a crime or anything. Don't be at the
Hit
wrong
that
place
like
at the wrong
button.
time. You got too many investigators around you. You got Holman is there. Come on, he's getting an
Oh
award.
my God! Don't. Oh
He'll
man!
read technique you and have you broke by the end of the session. You'll
I'm
confess
putting
everything.
I'm putting that award ceremony in the back of my mind. I'm just trying to get there and meet with people that I love, that I have connected with. Megan's going to be there. Trisha's
Joe,
going to be there. Miss Woozy's going to be there.
you're not going for ulterior motives, are you?
Allegedly not.
Oh, allegedly. Okay, we're gonna allegedly pretend we don't hear none of that. Okay, I'm a ride or die kind of gal, she says. So if you tell me to help you hide the body, I will. I might report. I love that. I love it. It depends on my mood today, Joe. What the hell? Get out of this car. I'm gonna turn you in now. You just did it. You was good an hour ago, but now you done it. That's epic. All right, guys. With that said, we're gonna roll up out of here, and I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your day. It's beautiful here, so I'm gonna go sit outside for a little bit and touch the grass and gather myself and relax. One of my favorite things to do. Try to unclutter my brain with nothing going on inside of it. All right, Joe. Thanks for coming up and hanging out with me.
Thanks for having me so much, and thanks for helping me to get out London's story. Like nobody's covering this. Nobody is covering this, and I for some reason I feel like it's a super important case. So thank you so much for helping me cover it.
You're welcome. And like I called him yesterday. I chilled yesterday, but I laid down on the bed for a little while. I was like, the boys went to a movie or whatever. And I'm like, okay, they'll be home later. I'll make dinner later. So I chilled, and I find myself laying there thinking about London, her friends, her friend group, who all saw her last, who did they hang out with on a regular basis, and so course, that prompted me to call Joe. I had the questions and we had a whole conversation. So we appreciate you doing it, and we are more than happy to help you get the word out about her story. And just sharing.
I guarantee you, if Nancy Grace were covering it, it would have like a million views. Like
Oh, I
this
don't
is
know about a million. I wonder if she ever
half.
touched on it once. Is one of her 15, 20-minute crime, whatever her show is. These people, I don't even know if mainstream media is the way to go anymore, because I feel like a lot of people have it on in the background at home. How many times are they paying attention to that missing kid story as they're funneling through the house? How many? Because I remember back in the day in the 90s when my kids were little, CNN was on in the background. But the second I heard missing girl and I look up, it's Elizabeth Smart. I could not look again. I watched that TV for 9 solid months. The minute Casey Anthony was pronounced missing, I remember what I was doing and where I lived and what my kids were doing the minute I heard on CNN 2 young girls missing in Delphi, Indiana. I stopped immediately, turned to the TV, waited for pictures to pop up just in case I saw those babies in my town, because I never know, right? And then here we are all these years later, me talking about that case on a YouTube stream. I never would have thought that day in my living room, and
And we're still
and
talking about it.
right, and wondering if they're ever going to catch that dude. Can't be that hard. It's got to be local as things begin to unfold, and then all these years later, I'm not sure that that's the
And,
guy.
it,
I
and
hate feeling that.
yeah, right, exactly. Then they catch him, and you're like,
Yeah,
are we sure? Are we really sure? The jury was, so I respect the jury's decision, but I don't have to agree with it.
I know a lot more than they do, so I have to remember that. But I never would have thought that I would never be in a position where I just didn't know, right? Especially
I
once the conviction even happened. I still don't know. That's not cool.
so I have that, honestly, I have that gut feeling about London's case. Like if one of the big channels grabs a hold of this, it's going to go viral. And I
Well,
honestly hope it does. And I
yeah.
don't need any recognition. I don't need any publicity, but her case does.
Well,
Like
God, and I understand that, but like I was telling you, there's so many of these types of cases across the country. There's
yep.
so many. It's going to be hard for everybody to cover every single one and keep it in a spotlight.
Yeah.
So for every case, like I'm telling you, I got 2 missing girls right here locally. We can't find to this day. We got potential suspects all over the place. We know where they've been for the past 20 years, in and out of prison, and this all of it. But yet nobody's ever been arrested, and we don't have either one of these little girls' bodies. I call them little girls. One was a teenager and one was a young adult. Don't know where they are at to this day. So, and I feel like they absolutely deserved all of the recognition those cases could have garnered. All of it. But they didn't, so I can only talk about them when I can, when and things like that, and try to help keep stories out there. So it's important that, maybe something led you to that particular story, Joe, because you were on a trip. There could have been a handful of little girls and handful of towns. That one found you, right?
She did. London found me.
Right.
I will say that with 100% certainty. London found me because she needs justice and her family needs justice, and her family is in severe grief stages still. Like, so that was June and we're in July, August, September. We're almost 3 months later and they are still in the early stages of grief because of the way that she was unalived and found. So it calls to me, and I can't ignore it.
Oh no. We, like they deserve a voice to be heard. So we can be that voice for these victims. Like that's what I said, Madeline Soto. We can be her voice, right? We can tell you the horrible things that happened to her, and yes, it's horrendous, but by God, she's not here to tell you, so we can, right? made it always pretty. So again, guys, thank you all for coming in for today's show. I appreciate you. I hope you all had a great weekend and a lovely afternoon. We'll come back tomorrow to do our wrap up on these particular docu or photos, and we'll see if anything else comes down the pipe. Between now and tomorrow morning, Joe, hopefully we can get you on a live tomorrow, and we can come over and check out that before you head out on the road again.
Yes, I plan to do a live tomorrow, early evening sometime, an
Okay.
update on London. So I would love to have you come up and join me for that.
I will.
Um, I just asked Brittany, that's London's mom, if she would too. She may not be ready for that yet after Sunday, and I'm
Yeah,
perfectly okay with that. But we can cover the other details of the case. And
exactly.
people asked on that live if we could show them a map, and I couldn't in the moment, but I can tomorrow night.
Oh
So
God, we
that's
love we gotta have map. We gotta have maps. That's like one of my
yep.
first go tos. I felt like I knew Delphi and Moscow, Idaho far better than I should have. For someone who doesn't live there, I'm like, I know way too much about these towns. But that's immediately one of my first things I do if I if I see a case I just read about or saw a clip about. I want to go find out where this address is. Let me go look at the lay of the land. So we appreciate the visual aspect of it. It helps us get there, right? So we'll look forward to that, Joe, and I'll definitely come up and help you unpack that. You guys look out for Joe's notification for that show as well, for tomorrow after. And if you didn't get to catch yesterday's special for Joe, his 1 year anniversary show, go check that out as well. I had Squeegee and I got a chance to chat for a while, and we kind of chatted a little on X as well. I'd like to have him up one day to sit and chill with us and chat. So we're going to work on that as well. Kind of like just have some true crime discussion day. I'll
Yeah, he's a
round us
cool
up some
dude, and
people. Yeah.
he's like, if you take me and you make me more logical and analytical, that's him. Like
I just
he's
like talking to intelligent people. I can do that. So
all right.
yeah, he's fun to have a conversation with, and you cover so many different trials. He has a lot of different takes on it, right? Um,
Yep,
so
and also like me, he's not necessarily always following the biggest case.
yeah.
He is airing Donna Adelson right now, but he didn't do Karen Reed like he did a different one besides Karen Reed that actually
Mhm.
turned out to be fascinating, and other channels ended up following in the end. So I like his gut instincts. Like I have gut instincts that lead me into situations that turn into stories sometimes. And I think he's got those same gut instincts that's like, I don't want to do what everybody else is doing. I want to do something else.
But like I told you also, it's not a
Yes.
matter of just doing what everybody else is doing. It's sometimes within your community, they want to hear your take on a certain case or to
Yes.
unpack. That doesn't mean you got to stick with it and make it a big thing, right? Like Karen Reed, I didn't cover her first time. I didn't. I'm like, I turned away from that train wreck. Second time, I got a little more intrigued. But at the end of that trial, it was sucking the life out of me. It was like it's taking too long. This is repetitive. This is BS. But I got respect for the people who cover just the trials. That's a lot of time to put in, right?
It is. It is. And
It
he
is.
actually, so I cannot remember what trial he covered in Orlando, whether it was Ashley Benfield or another one. He actually literally sat in his car to
Mm-mm.
keep the live stream of the trial stream alive
Oh
while it
goodness.
went on without air conditioning in his car. Like he's the he's a real trooper. Like for real, he's the real deal. Like
Yeah.
he wants to cover trials, and he's been covering trials, and I dig it. So that would be great to see him on your channel. Yes, or
Yeah. He's
the
like to
two of
me.
you do a collab. Yeah.
To me, he's like old school. Like we watched Mike back in the day. You know what I mean? Of the old school true crime stuff, like '90s and stuff. And then Court TV came out and was a thing, and we could literally watch trials all day. For some of us, it was like, yes, Court TV's not new, people. It's been around for a hot minute, and they've been streaming trials and what made streaming trials a popular thing was O.J. Simpson and Casey Anthony. Those two trials were the first time that mainstream media popped off with the whole entire trial that we could sit and watch. And I know
That's
because I
why it
was
was
alive. I was
awesome.
alive
Yeah.
back then.
And that's why it was freaking awesome. No, it's
Yeah.
your channel, so I'm gonna say fucking awesome
Uh-oh.
to have Mike Watkiss on my
Yeah.
1 year anniversary. That
It was
was
pretty cool to see
fucking
him.
awesome.
Yeah, because like I
Yes.
said, I watched that content back in the day. I remember his reporting back then. So it was really cool
A,
to see him and see the
a
conversation.
current affair. So in the
Mhm.
80s, we had the National Enquirer, which was paper tabloid at the grocery store.
It was
In
Smut
the,
magazine at the grocery store.
right. Yes. But in the 90s, that turned into a current affair.
Yeah.
And Mike Watkiss was a reporter for a current affair. Like he was boots on the ground, which you know that I love, which you know that's my jam. Mike Watkiss was boots on the ground. He was in Brentwood the day that they discovered Ron and Nicole's bodies. He
Yeah.
was there that day. He went to London to cover the funeral for Princess Di. He had a personal interview with Richard Ramirez. I
The
mean,
Night
like,
Stalker.
yes,
Um, yeah.
crazy,
We had
crazy.
so it was the National Enquirer, there was the Sun, there were a few others, and it was like in the 80s, it was like my grandmother used to buy them like every week at the grocery store. Got to get my Enquirer, and then she sit at the table and read all her National Enquirer stories. And of course, they followed celebrities around and all this stuff. But then Current Affair TV came, right, and it was like investigative reporting. But I remember him from those channels, and it was the crime coverage, and for those of us back in the 90s, that was becoming a thing. Was we really have more avenues now to watch this crime stuff, right? Then we had forensic files come out eventually. And like I've told people, for 2 solid years, all Nancy Grace did on HLN Headline News was sit and talk about Casey Anthony. 2.5 solid years before trial, and we knew everything because we're in Florida.
Yeah.
So
Those,
it
I think,
was great. It was a crazy time, right?
it
And
was, I think, and I think those were like the birthing days, the early days of true crime. I
yes,
really do. Like we all dug that. We all watched that. We were all fascinated with that. And then it turned into what it did today when it
mhm,
merged with the internet.
yep. And now here we are, and there's no, like I've always said, I'm not the YouTube police, but of course we want everybody to. We would hope people come out and do things with integrity and honesty and all the fairly and all the things, but I can't control what people do and don't do. Only what I do, right? So, and I don't know the right or wrong way to produce a show or to get information out except go out and be honest. And I feel like I can also come out here and have discussions on theories and things of that nature, and it be very clear that's what we're doing, right? Because I love the conversational points, and I don't want to be a talking
And
head that's going to come out and tell everybody this is what you can believe because I said so. That's crazy.
exactly. And that's honestly, if I have one regret, and I have multiple regrets about what my 1 year anniversary show, I wanted to discuss that more with Mike, and I wanted to discuss that more with Bob, like the evolution of true crime and social media. Like we are a society that is so polarized. Like we will take one side or the other, and we don't have to do that. We can be reasonable,
Mm-hmm.
rational human beings and just let the facts play out. And we're not that society right now. We're a society that takes one side or the other, and we go watch one channel, or we watch the other channel, or we'll watch a third channel or a fourth channel, especially with Adelson, that agrees with our point of view. And
Mm.
wouldn't it be so much more healthy for our society if we watched channels that waited for the facts to come out before we made our decisions?
Oh, well, I'm gonna discuss facts and opinions, but I'm still reserved. I may still not have an opinion yet or decision, right? I think that's fine to do it that way, but as long as you do it constructively and it's apparent what that's what we're doing. We're debating and we're speculating and we're analyzing, but not to come. I don't come out of the gate and tell you somebody's innocent or guilty, and by God, you can only believe me. And if you don't, get out of here. That's ridiculous. That's not productive in any kind. I don't care if I'm on mainstream media or social media. I just feel like there's a right way and a wrong way to do it. Um, and I don't know if I'm doing it the right way or the wrong. You know what I mean? I feel like sometimes we overthink the situation because I'm going to have an opinion and I'm going to have a theory develop and I'm going to lean a certain way, and I want to create a community where it's okay to feel that way.
And I think, here's a crazy opinion, but I think sometimes we overthink it, and I think sometimes we underthink it. Like we're in a channel, we go to watch somebody's channel about the coverage of some case, and we already have our preformed opinions about it, and we go to that channel because they're presenting the same opinions that conform with our thoughts.
Well, I wish people would. Okay, so examples of Idaho and Delphi. I did that. I went into all kinds of creators covering the two cases, and I watched and I evaluated and I analyzed and did my own research. Then I read court documents. I'm like, okay, well, these people over here are full of shit. Wait, these people over here, they had good points, turns out. That's how I chose where I stayed to consume my information. So again, if people seek it out and they don't follow up and do their own homework and take a balanced view of it, I can't change that either. But I can present it both ways and have a discussion based around it, and hopefully the community is down for that, right? So I don't. It's crazy, Joe, and there's going to be people who can intellectually discuss things, and you're going to have those who don't even have a concern about that. We're just here to discuss the BS, right?
Right. And there are the people, and this is what I've learned in my last year, and this is what I wish I could have discussed on Sunday, is that the YouTube streets, the social media streets are crazy in their tribalization. Like
Hmm.
they will form an opinion about you, and whether it's true or not, they'll stick with that opinion, and they will listen to other people that tell you that your opinion of them or their opinion of you is correct, or your opinion of a case is correct. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that's when
nuts.
you gotta start being your own person. I mean, I watched people to this day that I was told I should never go watch them. Well, don't just tell me that, and then you tell me the reason, then I go watch and I'm like, "Where that was that the real reason?" Or the information's wrong, and I'm like, so I'm just not easily swayed. I'm not easily impressed. I don't know you the first time I meet you. I gotta know you a minute. So I'm likely to go watch a couple of times. Even with the Delphi case, unpacking who to trust and who not, I began to pay attention to what these creators are telling me based on what I read in a document. Does it match? No, it don't. Right? And so why are they trying to force this narrative on me that I know is wrong according to a document? My mind just got made up, right? No need to be here any longer. But everybody can't do that. So I can only present cases the way I like them, the facts as we know them, and
Yeah,
talk about right.
I think Gray Hughes is like a prime example of that,
Of what?
because
Wait a
of
minute, you're scaring me.
of
Of what?
a community with a preformed opinion. So you and I have actually been in his chat together,
Hmm.
and we got attacked by all of the other people in his community just for the simple fact that we disagreed with the opinions that he was stating.
Yeah.
And if that's your community, and I never ever want that to be my
And
community.
we weren't being aggressive or anything.
No, not at all. We're just like, hey, did you think about that when you're considering that fact?
Right.
Like, did you consider something might not be the exact way that you think it is. Yes, no, we weren't like coming at them like, oh my God, Greg Hughes sucks, and we're going to come in here and we're going to blow up the chat. We
Yeah.
were actually pretty covert. I mean,
Yeah.
we were like, okay, you're talking about this, so we're going to talk about this, and we're going to present an opposing theory, and boom, just like blown the fuck up.
He's all like, "Oh, excuse me, mods, because somebody blocked Salty." 30 minutes later, they're still not blocking me. I'm like, dude, what did I do? I asked you a question, Gray. It was legit. On top of that, shit. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. It is.
because he and his community have a certain theory
Mhm.
about whether or not Richard Allen is guilty or innocent. And that's fine. You can have your opinion, you can have your theory, but if you don't
And
entertain other people coming in with opposing thoughts, then you're just not a rational human being. You're just coming in with your own thoughts, and you're demanding your own thoughts be the way it is.
and you can also speak to Dr. Monica Wallet in a Facebook group anytime you feel like it, right, Gray Hugh? Gray Hugh.
Ooh, oh no, is somebody being called out?
Lordy, lordy, lordy. Let's see. I just got so guys. I mentioned. I don't know if Barry Morphew had his hearing. I think it was. This was filed today. No, the 29th. Oh, this was because they were trying to get a bond reduction hearing. I don't think they've. It's just a document. I was just checking Twitter real quick about something. So tomorrow I will give you guys a update on where we stand with the Morphew case before we go live with the Kohberger. Wrap that up. There's a couple of documents that were dropped. There's nothing serious. We'll get those and take a look at them real quick so we can stay on top of the case. And I'll see if there's any news come down yet about his hearing. Also, I don't think the judge has made a decision yet in the Idaho hearing, where the families have taken on the county as far as the gag order goes, and there's nothing new dropped in the Idaho docket itself as far as the unsealing of documents, and I don't even think ISPs dropped anything new since the other day when they dropped these photos. So we'll continue to keep our eye out on the unpacking of the Idaho 4 case. It's going to be a while for that to completely be done with. So thank you guys for coming in and being a part of it with me and being a part of the conversation. Joe, we'll look forward to what you got going on tomorrow, and we'll be around and we'll come in and support and be there for London.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate everybody in chat. I appreciate the mods. Thank you all so much.
Yep, I have an amazing mod team. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We couldn't do it without you guys here, Butterfly, Rachel, and Forrest. All right, guys, y'all have a beautiful afternoon. I'll see you back here in the morning.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe.